I now call this Bryan Independent School District meeting to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6 p.m. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please turn off the sound on your mobile devices so we don't have any interruption. And we'll stand for our pledges. We're going to have Davila Middle School student ambassadors joining us by video this evening.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we'll jump into our first spotlight this evening. We'll be recognizing the Bryan Youth Sports Association. Presenting will be Deputy Superintendent Dr. Brian Merrill.
I'm substituting in for Derek Rush. He's at the coaches clinic tonight, I think all week, which we're excited for. And it's my privilege to get to introduce a gentleman that I'll watch coach, to be honest. And at the very beginning of when I understood what A&M sports was about, Mr. Sherrill, Coach Sherrill was leading the team. And I had a book all the way back in the day that I read that inspired and led me to come to College Station, which I'm forever grateful for. And so even though he's retired and a Hall of Fame coach, he has come out of retirement to not only work with the city of Bryan, but to work with Bryan ISD. And so they've been up and running since September, and here in the last few months have just accelerated the program with the combine and the mini camps and just countless other involvements. And so I'd like to bring Coach Jackie Sherrill up and Coach Overton, if I could have him come up as well. And if you know Coach Overton, he truly falls in the legacy of what will be a Hall of Fame career. I have full confidence in that. And I think, Mr. Bryan, you've had a student that has gone through his program. You know what a phenomenal job he does. And so both gentlemen standing behind me are all about community and just building up athletes and student athletes and making sure that students are seen and that they're taken care of in just a really felt and understood way. And so we're privileged to have both of them in our district, no doubt, working with our students. And so without further ado, I'll bring up Mr. Sherrill and he can talk a little bit about the Bryan Youth Sports Association.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes. Real quick, I'd like to say howdy. I'm in the right place. But in the Bryan Sports Association and for BISA, we held a combine at Bryan Stadium, Merrill Green, on the 8th, and then the 6th, I'm sorry. Then we had a camp, a 4-day camp on the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, teaching techniques, fundamentals. And first, I'd like to thank Superintendent Ginger for all of her help. Derek, Joel, Brian, Felicia, thank you very much. But Miss Benford and Miss Herring did all the physicals. And when I asked them, and this has been a long logistic issue of being able to put everything correctly, when I asked them, they said yes. Then I said, do you need help? They looked at me and said, nope. So basically, get out of the way. But we had Coach Overton and Coach Brown. They were really outstanding to be able to put everything together. We were able to use them and their assistant coaches to help coach the camp. We had retired coaches, we had former players, and we also had like 6 present players of Texas A&M that came to the combine. The certificates, we gave each kid a certificate. now we're in the final stages of being able to do the fall camp and also have a draft, put teams together, and practice and play games. So we'll do that at Merle Green, and we're in, like I said, the final stages of putting everything together. And what we have done so far have gotten an awful lot of feedback from the parents, from the kids, that they had a great time, and it was very successful. But I want to thank, where'd Coach go?
He didn't want to be the center.
Yeah, but Coach Overton, put all the practices together. I just told him what we wanted and got out of the way, and Coach did the rest.
Thanks, Coach.
No, you talk.
This was a fantastic opportunity for us to get to see the youth here in Bryan, what's coming up to SFA, Davila, Bryan, and Rudder. And it was fantastic to get to work with Coach Sherrill and all his past Aggie coaches, Coach Keening, and all those guys. We had a blast, and I just really love the direction this is taking Bryan athletics.
Yeah, I wasn't joking. Incredible program that's been built. We're excited for what's in the future and where we're heading. And we're thankful for city partners. We're thankful for Coach Sherrill coming and adding expertise and credibility. And it was fun to watch the kids just out there enjoying themselves. And we can't thank you enough for what you do. Thank you for just the volunteering and taking care of all the financial aspects of it. Everything that it takes to put something like this on, we're just incredibly indebted. So thank you. Yeah, thank you. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question. I have a comment.
Sure.
I was able to come out for the combine and was able to come over for an evening of practice. Thank you for your energy and time and pouring into our kids. It was first class, 100%. The engagement between the coaches and the kids was authentic. They had fun. We saw kids that were hesitant, that really came on and enjoyed and took something away from the experience. Coach Sherrill, you led a group of men that with great leadership, and their energy and heart for what they were doing was very visible. And our coaching staff went above and beyond, and it was impressive to see the selflessness and just willingness to pour into these kids. It was just an outstanding experience. I have so much encouragement, and I see a bright future for this organization. Thank you.
I'd like to say my my 11-year-old son attended the camp and the combine and all that stuff, and I saw all the coaches out there, and I'm going, man, Division I coach. I mean, so I don't know how many years of experience in top tier Division I coaching experience was out on that field, and so I was jealous. I mean, of that my son got to experience something like that, just because I don't know if there's another place in the country that has that. And so obviously, thank you to you guys for putting forth that effort. But man, this community is incredibly blessed to have that opportunity, because again, I'm sure you might be able to find it, but I don't know anywhere in the country that you have that amount of top tier Division I football coaching experience on the field at one time without having to spend thousands of dollars for it. So
that's how you build a program. And we appreciate it. And both high schools will pay, it'll pay dividends. And I know we're branching out into other sports and female sports too. So this is just the beginning for many of our programs.
And thank you, Coach Sherrill, for letting us do the physicals. Joel had a good time on the field while I was working.
The physicals were extremely efficient.
It was
Very
It was
efficient.
an awesome day.
There was a lot of kids.
There was a lot of kids. But the parents really, all the parents that came through, they were so easygoing. They were so thankful and appreciative of it. Everybody had their paperwork filled out, and it just went smooth. The whole day was so so smooth, and we really, really enjoyed that. We were ready to do whatever day or night you had, so we had it marked down. And then he came back and said, not the evening time, or daytime. I said, yes. So it was great. We got everybody done and got the few extra that came after that weren't able to participate. We went ahead and we did those so they can come on when we start up again. But it was, like Joe said, a fantastic day.
Well, thank you. And y'all did, like you said, get out of the way. And y'all did.
Get out of the way.
Yes. I will say this, that we had a lot of help. This is a community affair. To be successful, it's got to have community. And we had Mark Dennard provided their lunch and gave them wings and chicken bites and also French fries. And they got there a little late, but none of the, I shouldn't say none, most of the kids stayed just to get their meal or the wings. And we also had Christian that provided the drinks for the players. So again, we will be reaching out in the community and asking, for the help, for the support. And I think that we received that this will be very successful. It'll be very beneficial to the two schools, Bryan and Rudder, but it will help the young kids and get them involved in some things to keep them from going the other direction. So thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Executive Director of School Leadership, Mrs. Linda Montoya, will introduce some of our new principals.
All right, just wanted to take a few minutes this evening to thank the board for approving our 3 new principal positions, and then wanted to officially introduce them to you, and then they're going to talk a little bit about how many years in education they have, and their different positions within the district. And then I'm also going to ask you, they've each brought their beautiful families, so we'd like for you to introduce your families as well. Okay? So first, we have Mrs. Dee Darnell. She is the new principal at Anson Jones Elementary. And we have Mrs. Jacqueline Nacianceno. She is our new principal at Bonham Elementary. How did I do? And we have Mrs. Whitney Foreman, and she is the new principal at Rayburn Intermediate School. So we'll go ahead and, Dee, if you'll just tell us how many years in education you have and your experiences within the district.
Good evening. I've had 18 years of experience in education, with 11 of those years being right here in Bryan ISD. I began my career here as an ELA instructional coach, and then I moved into the assistant principal position at Jones Elementary, and now I am honored to be the principal at Jones Elementary. Yay. Forgot about them. And I have my husband, Craig Darnell, with me, and my 7-year-old son, Kyson Darnell, with me, who is also a Jones Panther.
Yay!
I'm Jacqueline Nacianceno. This is my 16th year in education, all in Bryan ISD. I started as an instructional assistant at Rayburn and then moved into a self-contained special education Classroom, I spent a majority of my years at Kemp Carver, last year at Crockett Elementary. Was an instructional coach on a district level for a couple of years, and then served my last few years as an ELA instructional coach at Johnson Elementary and did my assistant principal there. And I've got Tito Nacienteno in the back with me. I've got 2 of my 4 kids here. Arden is going to be a freshman at Bryan High, and then Clara will be at SFA. Yay.
Good evening, Board. I have been in education for 13 years, 8 of which have been here at Bryan ISD. I started under the fantastic leadership of Linda Montoya at Anson Jones Elementary School as a 4th grade ELA teacher. I then went to Bryan High School. I taught on-level English. I taught pre-AP English 2 and AP Lang. And then I left, and then I was recruited back gladly, and I was an RLA instructional coach at Rayburn Intermediate, and then an AP at Houston Elementary School, and now I am a principal and very proud at Rayburn Intermediate. My family, I have my husband, Brian Foreman. My youngest daughter my middle daughter, Ashlyn Foreman. She is going to be in 5th grade at Rayburn with me. My soon-to-be freshman at Bryan High School in the IB program, Madison Foreman. And my littlest one, Kellen Foreman, is going to go into 2nd grade at the Ross Explorer Academy.
And I will tell you, these ladies have just taken off. I don't think they've had a summer and just doing a phenomenal job. So we're so proud of each of them and so glad they're with us as new principals. So thank you all. And I know they want to get pictures over here. So get your families and get your picture. Thank you all. And thank you.
Thank you.
Look at that tall. Look how tall she is. She's got to be in something. She's got to be something. She got some long legs. She's tall. I think she's a softball player. Oh, softball. I would have thought basketball.
Volleyball, basketball. Maybe she'll play them all.
Yeah.
It's one way to keep all those kids in our programs. Good deal.
Thank you all for coming. Congratulations. Okay, we'll move to item number 5, public comment on both agenda items and non-agenda items. Citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business. Topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning specific student or personnel will be heard in closed session. We do not have any comments this evening, so we'll jump to number 7, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. We've been busy. I can't believe here we are towards the end of July. Summer is, in our mind, it's over, and it feels like the kids come tomorrow, which is a good problem to have. We're excited and we're ready. Speaking of being ready, last week we had our official launch for the school year for all of our administrators. This is every campus principal, all of their team, APs, associates, deans, et cetera, all department leaders, coordinators, you name it. We had a packed house at Ruby Halliburton all of last Wednesday and Thursday for what we call the Administrative Institute. We started with a lot of celebrations because we came off of a really strong, solid school year. So we're going to leverage that momentum and build on our successes. And we also established our goals for the work ahead of us as we prepare for kids to come back in August. We left knowing that student achievement would be our number one, top priority. With growth in mind. We know that every student, the most academically fragile to the most gifted and talented, that we can focus on growth for them, making sure that they're reaching their full potential. So we're super excited. There was great energy. We had our representatives from Region 6 come out and join us and help us with some of the training. Dr. Barbara Ibarra and her team did a phenomenal job of planning the logistics and helping us feel equipped again to start the school year. And a special thank you to Board President Joel Bryan. He came out and launched our day with opening remarks and I think set the tone for just really great work ahead. Moving on, keeping with the theme of celebrations, we are so grateful to be on the receiving end of the 28th Annual Hispanic Forum, the Scholarship Gala. We had our teacher from Bryan Collegiate High School. She was recognized as the Educator of the Year from the Hispanic Forum. And then, of course, we had many, many students receiving scholarships. That night alone, they gave away $227,000 in scholarships. 94 of them were students from different schools in the area, but of the 94, 69 students were from Bryan Independent School District. So, you know, I love that we dominated the event and we're very grateful. But without, I mean, this is amazing what I'm about to share, but since its inception, the Hispanic Forum has given out over $2 million in scholarships. So it was just a great night, a big celebration. They moved the event to the Expo Center because they've outgrown the Brazos Center. So just a great night all the way around, shining a very bright light on Bryan ISD with our staff and our students and all of their families that showed up and joined in the celebration. Again, much gratitude. But we are well on our way to launch the school year. There's a couple of big announcements. We just want to remind our community that tomorrow, right here in this building, we have a huge in-person enrollment all-day event to help any families that are in the middle of registration that just need help with the paperwork, or they've been contemplating joining our district and they want to take advantage of the in-person event to come in and sign up to enroll in our amazing school district. Also, in a blink of an eye, we're going to have our convocation, and that very night we have our community pep rally, and we're going to roll out all the festivities starting at about 7:30, and end the night with a bang with our annual fireworks celebration. So community pep rally, save the date for that. And then finally, just announced again, we're so grateful for this opportunity. We will continue to qualify for the opportunity to provide free breakfast and lunch to every student in Bryan ISD. This is made possible by the Community Eligibility Provision Program. It's not coming out of our general local funds budget, but again, all students, regardless of income, will have the opportunity to take advantage of free meals at our school with federal funds. So we are grateful to be on the receiving end and to offer this again for our students. So we're excited about the school year starting and can't wait to see the kids. Before it officially starts, we know all of the football, volleyball, band, cheerleaders, drill team, and many more will be here in a few short weeks, and we can't wait. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board member reports. The Intergovernmental Committee report. The Intergovernmental Committee did not hold a recent meeting, so we will forego that report on the agenda, and we will move to our Finance Board Committee report.
That's me.
Tim.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. So we had a meeting, a great meeting. Finance Committee met on July 14th last week. Ginger Carabine, myself, Mr. Stasny, Mr. Stennis, Mrs. Friddle, and Dr. Merrill. We went over many items, updated the bond committee. Dr. Merrill gave updates on that, on various bond projects. Dr. Merrill also talked about the updates on the Bryan PD, on our contracts with them for security. And then the security firm selection. Dr. Merrill reviewed the timelines for the security services, RFP, including bid posting dates and evaluation committee. Ms. Friddle reviewed our health insurance focus group feedback and future benefit plans for consideration. Mrs. Friddle also talked about our 25-26 budget to actual update. We received a preliminary budget to actual snapshot as of June, and additional year-end transactions are still being finalized at this time. And then lastly, Ms. Friddle discussed adding a child nutrition attendance incentive to the district's compensation plan, and that's funded by the child nutrition program revenues. So great meeting, lots of information, and it was almost a couple hours long, so it was a good one.
Great. Thanks for the update. Moving into our information items, 9A will be an update on health benefits focus group. Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Norma Friddle, will present.
Good evening, Mr. President, Board Member, Superintendent Carabine. It is hard to believe that we are already planning for our next year employee benefit year. Tonight, I am excited to share a new initiative that we introduced this year. For the first time, we brought together a representative employee focus group to talk about all things benefits and health insurance. As you know, Bryan ISD operates a self-funded health plan, which comes with both opportunities and challenges. Rather than making decisions behind closed doors, we wanted to bring employees to the table to help us talk through the realities, the highs, the lows, the challenges, and the opportunities. Our goal was to hear directly from staff across the district, gather their feedback, and make sure that they have a voice in the process. We want our employees to know that these decisions aren't made in silos. Their feedback has been incredibly valuable and will help guide our recommendations as we work to provide the best possible benefits. So this slide shows a draft of our benefits timeline and the road ahead. You can see that we met with our employee focus group on 2 dates, June 17th and June the 25th, to gather their feedback and discuss all things benefits. Over the next several weeks, we will hold employee informational meetings, then return to the board on August 17th with our first draft of planned recommendations. Our goal is to bring a final recommendation for consideration and approval on September the 14th for the 2027 benefit year. It is a tight timeline, but we will make sure that you have all the information you need to make a well-informed decision. So this slide shows the makeup of our employee focus group. We were very intentional about making sure that every employee group across the district had a seat at the table. So as you can see, the group included representatives from all areas in the district and employees from a variety of roles and backgrounds. And that was by design. We wanted everyone to have a voice in the conversation and to help shape the recommendation that reflects the needs of our entire district. So this slide summarizes the topics that we covered during our 2 focus group meetings. The first meeting was really about education. We wanted to make sure that everyone was speaking the same language before we started discussing potential changes. We reviewed common insurance terms. We walked through our medical and prescription plans in detail. And we explained the difference between what it meant to be self-funded versus fully insured. We also talked about when it's appropriate to use a freestanding emergency room versus an urgent care clinic, and how those choices can significantly affect both costs and billing. From there, we reviewed the health plan's fund balance history. We discussed why maintaining a healthy reserve is important, and we looked at our claims paid compared to our premiums collected. The group was able to see that over the past several years, claims have consistently outpaced premiums coming in, making it difficult for the plan to regain financial stability. We also explained why that matters, not only for the health plan itself, but for the district's financial overall position. Because when the health plan operates in a deficit status, it ultimately affects the general fund, which is the same fund that supports employee salaries. So with that said, over the last 25 years, medical inflation has outpaced the general cost of living inflation. Our district, like many others, have certainly felt this impact, and we are not immune to the financial pressures that this creates. In addition, Texas schools went without an increase to the basic allotment until this past year, and the small adjustment that we did receive does not come close to covering our existing deficits, adding strain to both the general fund budget and the health insurance fund. Oops, back, all right. We also shared some historical context so the group could understand how we got to where we are today. We reviewed our premium history over the past decade and highlighted key milestones such as the opening of the Employee Health Clinic in 2016 and the growth of freestanding emergency rooms in our area shortly after. Most importantly, we looked at the financial history of the health plan itself. Over the past 8 years, the district has transferred approximately $9.5 million from the general fund to help keep the health plan operating. Even with those transfers, the fund is still roughly $5 million in a deficit position. That really helped put the magnitude of the challenge into perspective and reinforced why it's important that we begin addressing the long-term sustainability of the plan. Now, this slide here is simply a visual representation of what we just discussed. You can see the last time our health plan had a positive fund balance was about the 26-27 plan year. Since then, despite the district's continued support, we've never been able to get the plan back into a positive position. The yellow line represents the overall fund balance, and as you can see, we are currently about $5 million in the negative. In just a moment, I'll show you the current trend and what the path forward could look like if we continue on our current course versus making some changes. So, one of the primary goals of the focus group was to share some of the ideas that our team had been discussing behind the scenes. We intentionally didn't want to develop any recommendations in isolation. Instead, we wanted to see and hear employees' reactions, answer their questions, and better understand their concerns before bringing anything forward. We were very clear that nothing on this slide, or any of our slides, had been decided. These were simply concepts for discussion, and the purpose was to gather some honest feedback from them. So, the stars represent the overall response. 5 stars means the idea was generally well received, while 3 stars indicates a more mixed feedback or concerns about implementation or employee impact. Now, some of the highest rated ideas included moving employees with more than 2 dependents to a family rate premium, and some other ideas included like a spouse surcharge when a spouse has access to employer-sponsored coverage elsewhere. Again, this exercise simply helped us identify which ideas had the greatest support and which require additional discussion before bringing recommendations to the board. We closed the discussion by asking employees how they would feel about the district reducing its health insurance contribution and redirecting those dollars to employees' salaries. The trade-off, of course, would be higher insurance premiums, but no employee would pay more in premiums than they received in salary increases. We also explained that increase in salary would have a positive impact on TRS retirement benefits. Interestingly enough, this idea received mixed reactions. We expected it to be one of the more popular options, but employees had a number of questions and were hesitant without seeing specific numbers. So the feedback was valuable because it told us that if we ever did pursue this strategy, we would need to provide very clear examples and detailed financial illustrations so people would fully understand the impact. So to close tonight's informational update, I'd like to leave you with a comparison of the first 2 quarters of 2025 versus the first 2 quarters of 2026. The good news is that we are moving in the right direction. At this point last year, the health plan was operating at about $1 million deficit. This year, we're closer to a $700,000 deficit, an improvement of roughly $300,000. Now, while that is encouraging, we're still operating in the red, which means we're continuing to add to the plan's overall deficit if no changes are made. At our next meeting, I'll bring additional information, including a comparison of our premiums and plan designs with our neighboring districts. One thing we've already learned is that Bryan ISD's employee premiums remain well below market. So as we move forward, I believe the best path is a balanced approach. First, we continue educating our employees so they can make informed healthcare decisions and become better consumers of healthcare. Second, we recognize that modest, gradual premium increases will likely be necessary over the next several years. And finally, we'll evaluate targeted plan design changes, such as adjustments to deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums, and coinsurance to help improve the long-term sustainability of our plan. Ultimately, I believe the solution is a combination of these strategies. Our goal is to restore the health plan to a self-sustaining position so it no longer relies on support from the general fund. Every dollar the general fund uses to subsidize the health plan is a dollar that cannot be invested in employee compensation, our classrooms, or other district priorities. Be happy to take any questions at this time.
Could you move back to the slide that had mentioned Medicare eligibility? Yeah, remove Medicare eligible class. I know very little about the healthcare, the complexities. It's almost as bad as school finance. But I thought Medicare pretty much was automatic, and you can get a supplemental policy, but we actually have people that are eligible for Medicare that aren't on Medicare because they just didn't sign up, or?
That is correct, sir. We do have quite a few employees who are Medicare eligible that choose our plan. This one kind of received mixed reactions. A lot of it is also dependent on whether they contributed to Social Security, because I believe it's one of those automatic qualifiers. If you qualify for Social Security, then you'll qualify for Medicare. But if you never paid into the Social Security system, for example, if we had a teacher who's been a teacher for 40 years, they would not be Medicare eligible because they never paid into the into the system.
No.
Or it could be, it's complex.
I was Medicare eligible when I turned that age, and I never received Social Security.
Okay, so then you don't need to qualify for Social Security. Yeah, there would be an actual scrub of everybody's, information, and whoever's eligible,
But this one didn't go over very well.
It didn't, nope, Nope, 3 stars meant, it didn't get a lot of support. And because of all the complexities as well. And I think the system itself gets more complex as the years go by too, so, yeah. So 3 stars means that it didn't get much support.
Regarding the district's contribution towards healthcare premiums and reallocating those funds back to the employee salary, in your next meeting, I assume that there's going to be some scenarios regarding that presented, and maybe bring that up for further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we can certainly bring that up. That way we can have some more definite numbers and see what that looks like.
Thank you.
Norma, and I think I asked you this during the Finance Committee meeting we had, but on the 5 million deficit, if you scroll, I think go back. Right there. I mean, I think, and I couldn't remember. That 5 million, I mean, I guess kind of to put this in banking terms, is that an account that we overdrew 5 million and that we need to be in active pursuit of paying or, balancing that, getting it back to zero, getting it out of the red, so to speak? Or is that more of a kind of an accounting trick, not trick is the wrong word, an accounting entry where it's 5 million, yes, but there's really no intention, or even that's probably the wrong way to say it, there's no penalty per se for not balancing that back to zero. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So the way the governmental fund accounting works, by statute, by law, we're not supposed to have any fund in the negative. So when our audit report gets reported back to TEA, the school district and our board president, they get a little letter that says, that's not supposed to be happening, and they request a plan of action. How are you going to remedy this fund? How are you going to get the fund position back into the positive? So we're required to give them a plan of action on how we're going to restore the health of the fund. But on paper, to answer just the general accounting question, the fund itself is reported separately, like it's Fund 75 something, if you look at our audit report, versus the general fund, Fund 199. So on paper, it's going to look as if it's in the negative, but yes, it is technically overdrawn, and in governmental fund accounting, that's kind of, it shouldn't be that way. So
Okay.
we're required to give an explanation as to how we're going to get the fund back into the positive.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I hope that helped.
That's good.
So this is, of course, tough, and it's always been near and dear to my heart, as you know. So starting in 2017, because I was on the board right as we started running into deficit, of course, healthcare in the world started becoming a lot more expensive. And it was hard for all school districts to keep up with that. And are there districts that are still healthy? I mean, are there districts that you could say, look at these districts, they've been healthy and they are healthy because of what they're doing? Or has everybody, and actually, I can ask that to you anytime. This is nobody's fault, and it's certainly not our employees' fault. And I know when I was one of our employees, I loved being self-insured. I mean, I loved what we had that most other districts didn't have. And it just hurts my heart that we're struggling like we are, because we never meant for it to be this way. And so it just kills me to think about this. And I know we're trying to do our best for our employees, and all of us that could possibly make these decisions want to do what's best. And I know you're doing a lot of research, right? You are. And I'm just real curious how many districts are just floating along just fine with the same struggles that we've had since 2017.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. So I know that being self-funded is somewhat of a unique design to be in. Most school districts are fully insured. And I can't say for certain exactly how many are fully insured. I can certainly bring back some data that would actually be interesting to see. Out of all of our 1,200 school districts in the state, how many are fully insured, how many are self-funded. So I'd be happy to bring back some of that data at our next meeting. I have been working with Mr. Stiers, our risk manager, and I know that he actually has mentioned to me districts like Spring, ISD, Leander, were once self-funded and have gotten into, actually one of the districts was up to about negative 40 million, so they were forced to jump over to the fully insured side. And more districts that are self-funded are jumping over to be fully insured. Of course, the premiums literally doubled overnight, and we're certainly not suggesting that. I think that we're still in a very good place to be able to get a good handle on this, like I talked about the approach, all the strategies combined, tweak a little bit of the plan design here, small, modest changes here, continue educating our employees. So I truly do think that we can still get out of this. But yes, it is unfortunate. Like I said, some of these, it comes with being self-funded, comes with challenges and opportunities. We love that being self-funded, we're in the driver's seat. We can change the plan. And if we were to ever get in a positive state, we could even hold the premiums or even reduce the premiums. Districts that are fully insured do not have that option. They are at the mercy.
They don't have the say.
No, they don't.
They're at the mercy of the big, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
The big giants, yes, ma'am.
The big people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't want you to think, you have done such a tremendous job since you got here, and we know your heart is in it. I don't want you to think I'm being critical of you. It's just one of those things that I just hope we never have to go to being a product of the big corporations. You know, I hope we stay our own, you know, our own bosses of our insurance.
I agree. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for the report, for the transparency, for assembling the committee. I think this is a wonderful exercise, and it'll certainly aid in this process.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll move to 9B, bond updates, including Bryan Collegiate High School and Merrill Green Fieldhouse. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Brian Merrill will present.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come back into the boardroom and talk a little bit about Bond 2025, where we find ourselves. We really haven't sold the bonds yet, but that doesn't mean the work doesn't begin. And as soon as that yes came in, we began planning for what's coming in 2025. So we're incredibly proud of it. We'll be in regularly talking about updates and moving through the projects. I'm excited. I got a team behind me, you know, the Bryan ISD team, and you've met our architects as well, so I'd ask them to come up. Bobby Griffin, Jody Madom, PBK Sports, and it's just been a wonderful partnership. I'd also ask Desiree, Dr. Caperton, if she wouldn't mind coming up. Come on up. And if she's willing, I would like for her to talk a little bit about the process. And again, this has just been such a wonderful endeavor. We appreciate the trust and the community support of the bond and what that meant for our students, for generations to come. We don't take it for granted, and we always want to be transparent and show really our community what's happening and give them a clear perspective. And again, on the website, they can find all the information that they want. Any of these presentations, everything is there for them to look at. And so before we get started, Dr. Caperton, the principal of Bryan Collegiate High School, has just been a wonderful asset to the district in so many roles. But at Bryan Collegiate, she's coming home. And so she's going to get the wonderful privilege of building a new building. So you want to talk a little about Bryan Collegiate and just what this process has looked like to you?
Sure. So, huge shout out to PBK. They have been amazing because the thought was like, how can we as educators contribute to this process? Like, didn't think it was possible, but they have been so engaging and just getting to know us. And another shout out to them. They spent a whole day on our campus, even ate in the cafeteria, went through the line, ate with the kids, got to know our campus, have gotten to know us. They've been up here like, I don't know, 5 times, I don't know, a bunch of times with us. They've invited our kids, our parents, our teachers, and they've led us through the process to, I haven't seen the presentation, but I'm super excited to see what they're going to show you, because I'm on the inside. But really fun experience to be able to contribute, knowing like what our community needs, what our kids need, what we value. And one of our big jokes is, you know, as educators, you just give us something, we're going to make it work. So it's really exciting to be on the other side and say, this is how we do business. This is how we excel. This is how we grow children and do wonderful things. What do you have for us? And so they've really been able to help us find that. And so we've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've been excited and very excited to continue the work.
Yeah, it is. It's emotional.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's great.
It is, for sure. It's amazing to watch what started in a wing of just a few classrooms has just grown into the #1 rated high school in the Brazos Valley, top high school in the nation. It's just really remarkable, and we're appreciative of the PBK team, and I don't want to steal any of their thunder, but Manny Torres has been a partner of Bryan ISD for many years and has just led this process, and you're going to love what you see. It's exciting for sure. And again, this is draft, so before we show any pictures, before we get into it, we're just in the early stages of it. Nonetheless, we'll take everything that's on those pages because they're amazing. So Manny, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Dr. Morrow and Ms. Carabine, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you. As Dr. Desiree mentioned, exciting process thus far. And real quick, just for the record, some quick introductions. Manny Torres, again, senior principal with PBK. And on the Bryan Collegiate team, we've got Elizabeth Giusti, who is serving as our senior project manager. She's a principal with our firm. And Darius Sakarakis, he's our senior design lead on the project. So exciting process. very engaging, as Dr. Desiree mentioned. This first slide, what we wanted to do is just kind of set some perspective in terms of where we are on the overall process, right? Every construction progress has 5 phases that we go through. So we are still in the first phase, that's what we call the schematic design. You are very well versed in terms of what the process is. We're going to continue to push what we call schematic design through the end of July and possibly even a little bit into August as we refine the concepts that we've been able to develop with Desiree and her team. A lot of what has happened, as mentioned, right? Before we drew a single line, a lot of engagement, the shadowing, the design charrette, and we're going to let Elizabeth walk us through a little bit about what the design charrette specifically entailed, but a lot of interaction, continuous meetings, and we're not done yet. And what we'll do beyond schematic design is take those initial concepts, take those early designs, and take them into design development. Continuous meetings through that phase as we continue to develop the project. We look forward to bringing you those updates as those get developed. All of that is leaning towards and working towards being able to bid this project in the May and June, right, of 2027, with the full intent of awarding the construction contract in August of 27. That's going to put us in great position to be able to do a construction and a building move-in, and it'll be clear when we walk through the site plan what I mean by building move-in in fall of 29, because as you know, as we remember, we're going to have to build the building and then demo the existing building to be able to complete our project with the site work and the parking and all of the above. So as you see on the chart there, building move-in on fall of 29, but then the dashed line shows the continuation of the project for the purposes of delivering the site and the parking and so forth. So any questions in terms of the overall project schedule? Okay, great.
So Manny walked us through the future of the project, but I'm going to talk about the here and now, where we are, what we did. So schematic design is our first phase of the design process. And in that, what we did, which not every single project sees this, so it's exciting that we did it with this one, is what's called a design charrette. And so we came here for 3 days. We invited teachers, some students, district administration staff, and our design team. And we both worked in-house locally here and virtually. So we had some virtual team members join the process, which was cool. But what this process does is we go through and we start with visioning. So day one, very heavy. We want to hear from the end user, right? The district team. What is it that this campus ultimately wants to be? Of course, a collegiate high school, right? That's what we're here for. But that word cloud that you see at the very top of this slide, we ask the question, what is the vision of what Bryan Collegiate High School needs to be in this community? And you can see welcoming, classic, transformational. And so that, along with all the other words, we take that and we form that into the leading elements of our design process over those 3 days specifically. And so from that, you'll see we've got a series of hands-on engagement as well. So we learned from the visioning of what the words and that feeling of what the campus could be. But then we also talked through about curriculum and instruction, our day-to-day adjacencies of some specific spaces, as well as some unique elements that this campus specifically sees with their student lifestyle. And so we use that along with, like I mentioned, the hands-on engagement where we're getting physical feedback of, I like this here, I like that there. And so you'll see each day we had a different group activity that everybody was engaged in. And so from that, we developed that across the 3 days. And on our final day, we ended up with about 3 site options and 2 building design options. And we evolved that into what we'll be showing in a few minutes. But design process, really exciting, and like Dr. Caperton said, lots of engagement from the community.
So first of all, I just have to say I am so excited to be a part of this process, and I really have to give a big shout out to Dr. Caperton and the entire Bryan Collegiate staff and the students that we got to work with. They really gave themselves to the process, and the valuable feedback that we got really helped us sort of take the design to the next level and develop it in a way that, you know, it's not something you see on every project. And I really think that we're in a great spot. What you see on the screen right now is just the proposed site plan. We still, as a team, are studying a lot of the site constraints, easements, utilities, various things that will continue to stay flexible and adapt to as the design process moves forward. But as it is currently, our number one goal is to sort of build this new building with minimal to no impact on the day-to-day of the current high school. So that building is going to go up, and then the old high school will go down after move-in has been completed, and there's not going to be any impact on the students' curriculum and academic journey. So in addition to that being sort of our number one priority, we are also prioritizing the existing trees remaining, as well as maximizing the on-site stacking for parent and student drop-off as well. But you'll see on the site, we've also angled it a little bit off of the orthogonal angle to allow the facade of the site to really open up to the public. So as people are coming down on Villa Maria, they get to experience the school and see it, right? It's also been set back to kind of bring a little bit of a separation from the main public thoroughfare for the safety of the students. And we're also prioritizing adequate parking for the student parking, as well as the staff and visitor parking. The field in this future proposed site has been moved to the north, and there will be a lot of opportunities for really welcoming and warm landscaping to kind of tie everything together. You'll also notice that there is a courtyard no, that's fine, man. There's a courtyard on the center, right? That's another feature that is, you know, something that we have determined to be positive for the students, right? In terms of safety and security, right? It's an internal courtyard, gives them access to the outdoors. It also really allows the teachers to monitor them safely and not worry about how the rest of the campus is open.
Where is the current building on that site?
Yeah, so the current building is, it's sort of a square in the top left corner, right? So where the practice field is, it's about double the size of the practice field. So if you took that practice field and pulled it down, it would be in that rough footprint.
The entrance will still, the address will still be Villa Maria?
I believe that's the case. That's something we work through with the city, but I don't think that the address needs to change.
It's typical that we will keep the same address, even if we were to rearrange it.
Yep.
Gotcha. That's a good question.
These questions came up from me when we met earlier, but Manny, would y'all explain how intentional the positioning, like you said, so that when people are driving down Villa Maria and they look over and like, wow, because you want to see the front of the beautiful building, and how this is actually going to make it more possible than the current, how it's facing parallel?
Yes, ma'am. So typically actually the existing building is right off of Villa Maria, right? So when you're driving down, you know, you're sort of seeing the building at an angle up until you're right in front of it, right? So you really only have a moment that you're able to sort of appreciate the building currently. With this sort of setback and angle, you know, you're going to have almost that entire road to sort of see it and appreciate it and recognize it and feel its presence, right? And so, you know, among, you know, a lot of things that brings to the community in a positive way, it really reminds people that the school is there, right? And so they feel that it's part of the community. It gets the kids thinking about the school. And yeah, so we really think that, and actually that sort of orientation on the site came from the charrette, from the students and staff. We broke up into several groups, and you saw on the previous slide we had several block exercises and several schemes, and we ended up with 3 final schemes for the day, but we went through iterations and iterations and sort of asking for their feedback, where do they think it works the best, and this is actually a design choice that was mainly driven by the faculty and the students.
My only question, I guess, and I like to ask questions, everybody knows that, I guess, but it's especially when I'm looking at the classroom expansion area, it seems like the angling like that is certainly going to limit that, or potentially limit that, and You know, you can say, well, there's enough room there, but it's sure going to be crowding up on Memorial Drive if it was expanded, especially on the lower part. And I don't want to lose what y'all are talking about the exposure of the front, but I'm also thinking, and this is just me talking, and whether this was even discussed and why this wouldn't work, just to put it more flush with Villa Maria, but with the side of the building, so that you could actually move the side of the building closer to Villa Maria, and then still have a lot of open space in front of the building. It's just to me, I'm seeing all these angles, and I'm seeing parking even is somewhat affected. Staff parking is the angled. That's all workable.
The design of why it ended up like that, and then expansion, because what you're talking about specifically is something that was initially discussed and thought about, and so if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. So great question. I mean, I would have the same sort of thoughts if I wasn't involved with the process. I think, first of all, to answer your question about the expansion, currently the core of the building is being designed for 700 students. Right now, that is much greater than the current capacity and the current number of classrooms. So the expansion space that we're projecting is for a number of classrooms to get up to that 700 student capacity, right? So it may not look like there's enough space on there, but each of those wings, those fingers, would essentially, you'd be able to comfortably add on 4 classrooms without coming close to the site constraints. And, you know, each classroom is roughly about 25 to 28 students, so another 100 onto that capacity, right? And again, we're still in the draft, so, you know, it's something that we'll look at and adjust slightly. But one of the additional reasons, other than that view and that vista as you're approaching the school, to have it sort of offset like that, is that for the staff and the functionality of the school, having parking lots on either side helps them a lot with sort of after school events. It helps them with the not having circulation sort of clash with each other, so that like students can come into the building and staff can come into the building, and the drop-off loop can still work. So we did look at maybe repositioning it and sliding it down to the right, but we are trying to sort of accommodate both the service yard, 2 sets of parking, but all of those elements are sort of more fluid, and as I said, as we sort of dive deeper into the study of the site, they'll start to become a little bit more concrete, and we'll see more of how they interact.
Sorry, I wanted to just add on to that because Darius did a great job explaining. The biggest site constraint that we have, as we all know, is the existing building. We don't want to impact the day-to-day during construction, but we also want to make sure that whatever impacts we do have, we can mitigate on the front side of construction. So we looked really thoroughly at how does the siting of the building, keeping in mind the procession and progression through the site. But another big aspect that we learned when we did our design charrette that was unique to this campus is that they don't do daily buses. So busing isn't part of their day-to-day on the site. There are shuttles from this campus to the Blinn campus, and so being able to accommodate really truly the parent pickup drop-off is the biggest thing. And so being able to provide as much stacking throughout the entirety of the site and not impact Villa Maria or Kent, that was also another huge contextual constraint.
I just want to make sure that that the nice angle and the appearance to Villa Maria doesn't drive everything, because we have to be careful with our efficiency in terms of use of the space. We have a lot of space there, that's great, but at the same time, I'm just wanting to make sure that whatever we want to do in the future, we're not unnecessarily limited by this. And I understand y'all are using almost all the space. I've got, I don't know if we're going to have sprinkler systems or whatever, but even that comes to my mind when you're starting to have a bunch of angled grass or something. It's like, nah, you know, you're trying to make everything work from a strategic standpoint with regard to maintenance as well. So, hey, if it works, it works. I'm not doing anything except asking some questions because it does appear to be somewhat limiting in some ways, but you've already told me that the main concern, the classroom expansion area, is not going to be a problem. So I'll accept that. So because I would certainly not want to in any way limit that possibility.
Yeah, and I do apologize that it's not clear where the existing school is, but I think more than anything, that angle is actually driven by the location of the existing school and sort of trying to maximize the building footprint for the new school that doesn't impact the existing school. So that angle actually helps us get a lot of depth into the school without having to demo the existing school and phase the project.
Yeah, and I think there's also a bit of optical illusion because this is not to scale. There was another rendering that I saw earlier that looked like there's more than ample space so that you're not backing it into that next road. I don't think it would compete with easements, so it seemed like, you know, because this was my exact question that I asked about what about expansion, and we don't want to be landlocked. So I feel like there's another rendering that will come about later when you get a little more final with the plan, but seems possible, and that was the plan all along. Back to bond steering was to build the core big enough should we ever decide to put a couple of packs of classrooms down the road. So that's exciting.
Yeah, and I think these are great concerns for us to be aware of, obviously, and as we continue to develop, if we start to feel that we can't accommodate those concerns anymore, then, you know, we'll adjust from there.
Let's work through the presentation, make notes of your questions. We can touch on them towards the back end and come back and revisit where we need to.
Awesome. So this next slide is showing sort of the general organization of the major program spaces. This is what we primarily have been working with with the staff after the charrette and continuing to have meetings and touch points to sort of understand better how they need the school to function and how we can organize those spaces. So if you think of the program that's outlined in the bond as the puzzle pieces, right? We're working with the staff right now to sort of put those pieces together and see how they best fit. So right now, the current floor plan really prioritizes student safety and security, like I said, with that internal courtyard, but also by the efficient use of circulation. So all of the circulation is sort of double stacked with program, right? So we're getting the most out of that additional space, as well as all of the current classroom spaces have access to natural light. That was another big thing that came about in the charrette, was making sure that students have natural light when they're in those classrooms. And then in addition, that safety and security, you can have teachers stand at one nexus point and then another hallway nexus point and sort of have full vision of the entire school. So just with two teachers, they have full supervision of the spaces. And in addition to that, locating the student union at the front of the admin, as well as the blend classrooms, right? Everyone comes in through the admin. They're going to see that student union, which is currently your Go Center, right? It's forefront and center so that students are encouraged to occupy that space, utilize that space, as well as the interior courtyard, you know, where teachers can bring the students for outdoor classes and they can share that space. Another big one was prioritizing the relationship of the gymnasium to the cafeteria and the other program spaces so that, you know, we know that pep rallies and school colors are a big part of what goes on at Bryan Collegiate. And so we're doing everything we can to sort of emphasize that school spirit and give the teachers what they need to continue the great experiences that the students have had.
I just asked, oh, good. I asked Ms. Carabine, where's the library? But I figured it was, can you go back one, or whoever's, that the student union, I figured it was built in because I love to think that the kids are going to go there and that's where so much active learning goes on. So what we would consider a library is not necessarily going to be books, but it's going to be all of their research, or not all of it, but a lot of their research and their study together, and I like it being called the student union. You know, that's so much more mature, and, I mean, you know, they're in
Another
blend.
idea that came from the staff.
And anyway, so I just really like that idea of going in there and it being more like a college experience. Yeah, that's neat.
All right, and so again, everything's in the draft stages and we're still working through it, but these are just some images of the current visualization that we've been developing on the backside. And so you'll see on the top left and the bottom left, those are some options for the exteriors. This top right image is the cafeteria space. In the middle left, that's a rendering of the student union, and then we also have the gymnasium and the front lobby legacy area.
I like this minus the color, minus the ring.
Any questions?
Any questions on any part of the presentation?
We are able, Jody was able to go back and get a slide real quick so we could show you more precisely the building and kind of as it sits with it. So Clay, if you don't mind going back, and as you're flipping, Desiree, do you want to come up and just talk a little bit about the design and the campus and all that and your thoughts?
So one thing they keep telling me is this is a draft. So I will say too, with all of the people who are involved in giving input, and they've been so welcoming of our input, there are people looking at all the different things, like Tommy Roberts is always like, wait, how are we going to expand? You know, and Dana Bichuk is like, is that safe? Could we do that? Is there enough supervision there? So I really appreciate all of the different lenses that come into play with this process. So, I mean, it's been great. It's been really fun, and I'm excited. I know Joel came and sat and gave some really great feedback too for the outside of the building. So I'm excited to see, you know, what you all think as well and the input that you'll give us.
Are those two on the next slide? Are those two different renderings of the outside?
Yes, ma'am. The outside hasn't been decided yet, so we're just working through. In fact, I think, Eric, you talked a little bit about, even this morning, you sent some, so we absolutely talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Because I know it's probably been mentioned. The first one I saw reminded me of other schools around here.
Yes, ma'am.
And, yeah, so.
So we've absolutely heard those comments as well as some other comments, right? You know, it's our intention that everyone's sort of happy with the final product, right? And we're not here to sort of dictate anything in any fashion. And right now, we're iterating and getting feedback, and we actually conducted a sort of mood exercise with the staff where we showed them a bunch of different reference images and got their feedback on, I like this, I don't like this. The one thing that sort of came through the most was that they want something that's timeless. They want something that sort of, you know, evokes a sort of pride, and it's not, you know, it's humble, it's welcoming, but it's distinct and it has a dignity to it, right? And so we're working through a lot of different architectural styles that we can, you know, incorporate into that facade. But ultimately, you know, we're going to lean on the community to help guide us. And we're still in the middle of that process. I think primarily the function of the school and organizing the program is sort of our number one. And then the aesthetics and everything will follow after that.
You can see a little bit better here, kind of how it orients on the site and just where the building is and where we would need to put it. And so, again, you can see the complications. At the same time, we're incredibly thrilled at the way that it came out, and it was just fun to watch that process evolve. Any questions for Bryan Collegiate?
So
for the architects.
I got one.
Of course.
The practice field, what's done there? Because I really don't know.
So they soccer, among other things, they compete, not with UIL necessarily, but they do compete locally in an active program as well as just open to the community. So we're excited about that for the parking situation there. And then they also have dual credit PE. And so their coach is very active taking those guys outside and participating.
Amazing.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's a good question.
I wasn't able to attend the majority of the design charrette, but I was able to come in, and I heard a fair amount of conversation about the flow of traffic, about relieving pressure of traffic buildup on major thoroughfare. Can you touch on just kind of how this arrangement may flow?
Yes, sir. So the idea is that the cars would come in off of Kent Street. They would come down. They'd go over the top loop of the visitors parking down into the staff parking and then loop back around to the front of the building. And then they could exit again on Kent Street. And then the student parking, it's not represented here, but we would probably add a second outlet so the students could come in and go out in the mornings. And then, again, not represented yet, but sidewalks and hardscaping would connect that parking lot to the building so that the students could come in on their own, from their own vehicles, while that car loop in the morning is still taking place.
Desiree, can you come talk a little bit about your current challenges, just even with parent drop-off pickup? And we don't have buses that necessarily do, but we have staff with buses and those kinds of situations.
Right. I mean, our main issues for drop-off and pickup is it gridlocks Villa Maria, Kent, Memorial, back out. So like all 4 ways get stopped, especially in the beginning of the year while we're training our families how to come through. And so to have this option with the huge parking lot and being able to guide them through different ways through the parking lot, I think will alleviate a ton of that traffic off of Villa Maria and Kent Street. And then I think you guys know we have our shuttle bus in the front of the school, which has been fine. So I really think this will help the flow like in our community with that part of the traffic.
It's a unique location because obviously you know better than anyone with the hospital district, everything right there, Villa Maria, all of that being kind of the lifeblood of the center of Bryan in so many respects. So we were very excited. I know that a teacher was concerned. He actually asked us to calculate how many cars could we get stacked in there because he knows how difficult it is to try to pull that off every day. And he was very thrilled about it. And then we figured out he was a past engineer. And it made sense, the questions that he was asking. And we were very thankful to have him on the team for sure. So great questions. Any other questions for the team?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm excited. We've got Juan, if I could, there you go. Juan Lopez has been just an incredible partner. Clay, if you'll take it to it's okay, the other screen. Yeah, he'll put it back, yeah. And Juan and his team have been with PBK Sports, have been working on Merrill Green Fieldhouse again. That whole process has just been just incredibly powerful. Our coaches were not able to be here. They were invited. They've been active participants in the entire process, but they're coaching schools. So again, they've seen all this, worked through it, that whole process that has already been talked about. Juan will very quickly move through, but we're excited for what you're going to see tonight.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Merrill, and thank you, board and Dr. Carabine. I appreciate your time today to give you an update. As Manny updated y'all on his schedule, this schedule is very similar in fact how it's set up in the format. We're actually diving into DD right now, design development. We've had a pretty extensive schematic design process that's been really good. We've had a number of meetings collaborating with the athletics, planning and construction, and the design committee, which is a pretty extensive committee of board members, the athletics coaches, and the facilities group. So we've really had a number of tours also, and we even had some meet and greets that really turned out to be pretty fun and a great learning process and design sessions during that. We actually really enjoyed that, our team did. And so we got to know a lot of little things that were important to each of every one of y'all. We did, again, we've done a number of site tours. We also did some stadium tours as well. And so we really kind of had a pretty good extensive process. We even had Josh join us at the Texas High School Athletic Directors Conference, and he was part of our session, and he did quite well. He represented Bryan ISD quite well, so just to let you know. So in regards to this, we're running right into design development, where we're starting to get more refined, more definition of all the spaces, equipment, and things of that nature, and start to develop the looks interior-wise as well as exterior. We're currently working on that and start to meet next week as well. And we'll continue on and finish that process and going through the construction documents and finish up at the end of the year so we can have this project go out to market in the beginning of the year, and then be able to finish in all the way towards 16 months of construction all the way to June 2028, so we can open up for that fall. So that's the goal and that's the intent in developing the Merrill Green Fieldhouse. As far as the overall site plan, had about 42 parking spaces. We ended up with about 39 at this point. This is showing the new layout of the new field house. We are a little further away from the track as the current field house is as well, so there's a little more breathing room there, but we didn't want to take up too much of the frontage either, so we could keep some of the parking. We do have two distinct entries, one to the far left, which is very current, what you have now, which is the entrance for the daily operations for all the coaches, athletes coming in from Bryan High School. But also here at the center, pretty much where you see the 320, will be the main entrance for the event center. So there'll be a clear sense of entry when you do have an event, any type of program in this facility. You do have a ramp over there, whereas to the far right, you have 320 has ramp access also to field, so that way you have the teams, equipment, ambulance, anything that needs assistance during game day situation. So overall, we're trying to create a true sense of entry, trying to have a destination on the corner of campus and Oak Ridge and address the community here.
Are our ticket office, our entrances, they're not on any of this?
No, ma'am. We're not going to disturb those entry and gateways and the tickets. We're going to work around those, yes, ma'am. So we're going to work with the allocated space that we have between them. So as you can see, let me go back here real quick. If it goes back. There we go. So at the front, it'll be about, we use 320, that's the elevation currently. And then we're going to actually elevate ourselves 8 feet to, we call the second floor, which will be the main level of the event center. So we'll traverse 8 feet. When you're coming in from the campus, it would be 4 feet. We're working with the topography as well and with the building.
We talk a little bit about programming, and then we'll get into the actual, talk about what we did.
Yeah. So right now, the allocated square footage was 44,000 square feet. We're actually right under 44,000 square feet currently. We did a number of meetings with coaches to identify the overall spaces, what the quantity of lockers, the spaces, how big they are, and what is needed. And we're able to go through that and, cut and add and cut until we finally can keep it in mind that we're wanting to stay at the 44,000 square foot budget mark. So, which was pretty extensive with working with the Rudder High School, working coaches, and working with Bryan and the athletic directors.
So y'all use standards for number of athletes and lockers
Yes.
and all that. We'll talk about that.
Yes. So, I mean, we've done this quite a number of times. We have a number of comparison projects that we understand and how they work and how they function. So we're understanding the scale, the size, and some of the things that helps the coaches and the athletes operate in a daily fashion, but also in a game day situation as well, which is something that the team went to go study as we toured a number of stadiums as well, and also just studying Merrill Green Stadium also.
And that was consistent with bond planning. When we met before, we kept that programming and we looked at it ahead of time. So it was built into the bond steering, strategic planning And then that obviously gave rise to this. And one of the differences between the PBK Sports Project and the one you just shared is we're clearly going to have to tear down the old facility. It's going to be sitting on the existing site, so we have spent quite a bit of time working with Bryan High, working with Rudder, and what the game day situation would look like, as well as off-season, where those players, where those coaches would go, because we will be without the field house for a season. Hopefully just one, and then we would be back in it. Nonetheless, I just wanted to point out the differences in what the two projects were, and at the same time, with the other project, we didn't want to just simply build it around the school, because then you would possibly build it around it and you might regret what ended up looking like, because you wanted to have a fresh site, and you can't always do that. So you have to be cost conscientious as well as understanding the implications of it. So I didn't know.
So, Brian, okay. On the point of demolition, the existing, which has been there 90 years, the existing storage shed, it'll be demoed?
No, ma'am, it's still there.
Okay, where are the visitors going to walk?
So we will actually move it over, and we've talked with.
Well, then it'll be
Yes, ma'am.
demoed. I mean, it'll be gotten rid of or scooted over. I mean,
No, it'll remain where it is, but we will move the drive and the ramp over. So the ramp access will change, and we'll create a new entrance that will be over there. And so we've talked with both coaches about what the game day situation will look like for the visitors in the home, and we've got a plan in place for that as well.
okay.
Working
I mean,
with the
as
city.
you see this, it just looks like, it's part of what's
It does.
staying status quo.
Yeah, all the way to
But
the
our
right. That
visitor-
white.
Our visitor entrance needs work. I mean,
Yes,
it
ma'am.
needs to look more
Yes, ma'am.
like we care about our visitors.
Yes, ma'am. We get that.
So,
Well, I'm curious about that, Brian, but Joel explained it to me, but I don't like Joel's answer, what he told me. So where it says the 16 parking, that's normally where we park now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's 16 spots.
That's 16 spots.
So Joel said I have to go to 23 spots.
I don't necessarily have answers.
Well, you told me.
No, you said, that's, the 16 is where the coaches currently
Right.
park.
Yes.
When you're talking about the game day experience, like
Yeah.
what happens on Friday nights.
But overall, we're adding parking.
There?
When you look at the 16 plus the 23, plus I guess is the 23 including that little, you've got more than you currently would have. And so as you approach game day, you would have the 23 plus the 16 that would be reserved for, coaches as well as anyone else. You could section that off, and that would be the parking for the game day.
So the 23 is that in the
Yes, ma'am.
back place?
Yes, ma'am. And then you could go in the front, and it'll make more sense where we currently don't really have kind of an entrance, a game day entrance. You're going to have more of a game day entrance in the meeting area that we currently don't have. One of the sessions that Juan talked about was we met in the community room that doesn't really feel like a community room. In fact, I don't, who asked the question? Is Ms. Friddle. We were in there and she said, do we currently have a community room? We said, yes, we're currently sitting in it. And it just didn't quite have the same presence or feel for it. And Ruthie, you know the space that I'm talking about. David, I think you were there as well. It's just not, you said, been there for 90 years, which is sadly pretty close to the truth. And so we'll get into the actual design, but you'll see how you'll have more of an experience. And so I would really feel like that parking for 23 is where, you're going to want to park.
Okay, promise me that we're going to have a nice, wholesome visitor pathway so they
Yes, ma'am.
don't get run over.
Right.
And that it looks like we want them here
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we got to play them to win.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so-
think that makes a lot of sense. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And so just another note too, that the ability that where you see the 320 at the very front of the building, that way when you do have an event and you want to have somebody get dropped off at the front, we're trying to make it convenient so you can drop off, especially if it's like a little banquet or a little function and you want to make it a little more formal. Definitely the opportunity is there to do that as well. Okay, so we just kind of want to make it a special whenever you want to have a nice event here at this facility. All right. So, so here's the main, what we call the second level, which will be, will come up. You can see ramps that will take us up, or you can go up the main stair and be a nice main stair that'll take you up to this front entry. All the yellow is a circulation. It's like I mentioned, there's two distinct entries here. The main entry for the event center and one for the student entry. This allowed us to basically isolate the event center and secure the passage in there, so because the students don't need to go into that area. They'll just function as they come in, and they go down to the field level, the lower level, which all the training rooms, any kind of equipment, locker rooms would be in that level, and then they can exit out directly on field level or track level. So here at the center, you have the multi-purpose room, which it can be divided into 3 different sections if you need, or can have one large area. This area you can set up for banquets, for lectures, different events, board meetings, any type of setup here. And then it has glass to the north that would face the stadium. There's an outdoor concourse out there with outdoor seating as well. So that way you can enjoy the game as well. To the far left, you do have the student entry. The students would enter coming in. They can easily go down the stairs to the right, to the lower level, or depending on which part are they on, they have your outdoor sports for the girls and boys in the blue, and then the coaches, boys and girls coaches there to watch who's coming in and who's leaving as well. So having that visibility to be able to monitor basically your front door. We do have a team meeting room too. It's tiered. So the idea of having seats that will have the logo, and you can have a nice team meeting with projection of TV and be able to study and get ready for game day. Also, the coaches will have their own dressing areas next to them as well, likewise with the athletes also. Then as you go down to the right to those double doors, you could enter. They'll be secure, but you could enter into the multi-purpose area, and they'll have their restrooms in the breakout there in the front area. They do have storage. You can see a bunch of little squares to the left of the multi-purpose room. We've already started studying table storage, chair storage there for the space and size of the multi-purpose. Also to the right, as you go into the other set of double doors, we do have some equipment storage. It's not really always utilized, but we have that to the far right. And we do have a warming kitchen to the right of the multi-purpose, so that way caterers can come in there, set it up, plug in, get the food ready, and be able to issue it out through either transaction or through a opening on the wall, or they can set it out in the table for dining. We do have the athletic directors right there in the corner next to where you see the big open to below box. They'll have quick access to the concourse deck, or they can actually go down to the field level immediately if they need be. So that covers the overall, what we call the second level.
Can you talk a little bit about the challenges of having not only Bryan High, but a district use facility, a campus facility in Rudder?
Yes, absolutely. So you're actually combining multiple functions in one building here, right? You're trying to have a home for Bryan High School. You're trying to have one for Rudder as well. And you're trying to have game day operations. So quite a lot of functions going on, and you want to have an event centers here. But I think the team and the committee and all the members have really done a great job in developing this plan here and the program as well. And we're still within underneath the 44,000 square foot mark that we're trying to hit. And so everybody's really put in the effort to work together.
Yeah, the multi-purpose space really became something that the committee looked at, and I think really became something that they greatly desired. On a daily basis, it'll be used not only by Bryan High School just for extra spaces, possibly even CTE classes, but also hosting events and not really having an area where you could host, as you talked about, the awards banquets or any of those types of opportunities. The leadership events that Derek and his department have put on would be a district use facility where we could go. It's a wonderful staging area to then come onto the field. So for whatever events we had, it would be a wonderful opportunity to be able to do that. Any questions on this level?
you just hadn't mentioned it, but it's a great banquet room
Yes, ma'am.
for all of our sports.
Yes,
To have
That's
a
the-
one generalized, because everybody's kind of, every
Yeah.
man for himself for banquets.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I've thought of that, or everybody that's been involved, as a good central banquet opportunity, so it makes everything kind of uniform
Yes,
for
ma'am.
each program.
One of the
I
other
mean,
things
I'm
we
not
learned
saying
is
they
how,
have to
when
do
you have a
that.
space like this, then it becomes really desirable in the communities.
So we visited a couple of stadiums with this type of event space. So the committee was able to walk it, ask questions, and so it's very helpful in developing this layout. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the lower level, which I call the field level. So we're trying to make it very easy and convenient for coaches and athletes to be able to get in, get dressed, and then head out to the field for practice or game day situation. So again, we work with the committee basically in all the adjacencies and sizes, which consists of the athletic directors, coaches from Rudder and coaches from Bryan, and then even board members and the facilities and construction folks. So there was quite a lot of opinions and thoughts and moving back and forth, and this plan changed a number of times, but we think it's where it needs to be based on all the participation and contributions from everyone. To the far left is all the Bryan coaches. They'll have their bullpen area, they'll have their dressing area, the head coaches and the offensive and defensive coordinators up north will have their offices. They can quickly access the field when needed, and visibility as well. To the right of that in blue is the Bryan High School varsity football locker room. They'll have the showers and restrooms as well. Below that is your freshman locker rooms across the hall, and then adjacent to them will be the JV in the blue as well, locker rooms, football locker rooms as well. To the right of the Bryan High School varsity, you'll have the Rudder varsity football locker room. They had a lot of input on the design and the orientation and the size and how it all looks and set up. And so they're set up with the restrooms, the small coaches, and the small training area for taping and treatment prior and during game day situations. Also in the center, which is really big today now, is everybody's very aware of sports medicine has just been so elevated now today, and there's all different types of treatments, and kids, boys and girls, are participating in these training programs, and then they're learning all kinds of different skills and also getting excited about the next level, right? People are getting into kinesiology, getting into the medical school, just quite a number of different programs. And so it's really neat to see them. I get a kick of watching these kids and do what they do every day. But we provided they visited a number of facilities as well, and they provided the input into developing what they think is one of the best for them, and having a place for rehab, place for taping, treatment, hydrotherapy, having all their storage of their facilities, examination rooms, offices, and then even having a place for the trainers to be able to change and go to the restroom as well.
This is a classroom as well during the day. And I mentioned just earlier the upstairs space. This is another classroom that will be used on a daily basis. They have classes out there all the time for credit. So the trainers are truly learning how to do that job, and then they'll be taking advantage of the space upstairs as well.
And to the right of that in orange is actually the visitor's locker room. It can be divided up into two, or it can be just one large space. This will be used during game day situations, but also during daily operation and be used for team meeting rooms, smaller team meetings as well. So it'll be used consistently throughout the day. Then to the far right is a large storage, fuel storage that is easily accessible for a number of things, padding, goals, anything that needs to be stored and away from the weather can put and store in that facility. As we go down the hall, right across, you'll have the equipment storage, so they can issue equipment. There'll be cubbies for the athletes to issue equipment as well. A good-sized washer and dryer location, and then go step into the weight room. There'll be a story and a half to two story volume space We'll have visibility and quick access to the field so that way the training can be extended on the field, but outside as well as coming back inside also. So we're real excited about that space. Excuse me. And they'll have natural light in there and really have a really nice space for training.
And that space is naturally taller because of
Yes.
what's happening. So.
Yeah, you have a lot of kids in there. Everybody's exhausting a lot of heat, and they're actually, working with all types of equipment up and down, and it just bringing in more natural air and exchange in there. Volume, it will be great for them. And again, we're going to bring in some natural light to stimulate the training. So.
What's the expectation for the Rudder Varsity locker room? Is that just like off limits except strictly when Rudder Varsity uses it?
So that's a great question, Mr. Stasny. And so to some degree, I will say that Mr. Izar has been clear that because it's not going to be, they won't be there every day, that if Bryan High needs it, they're able to move over into that space. It'll be clearly marked Rudder's varsity locker room. It'll be branded, everything, but he's been very open-handed with it, knowing that that would potentially be a space that they may need to have a team meeting in or a position group meeting. And so even though you want it to be kept nice and clean for them, he has recognized that because of that and the efficiencies of the building, that it will need to be used, and he has not objected to that. So he willingly made that contribution very early on because he's recognized that you just can't have enough space when you're meeting with teams. And for example, having a space where the JV could work out if it's raining, to be able to go into that room and be able to work out, just to have the defense in there. He's recognized that you would need it and said that they could use it.
Well, and the flip side of that is if not, well, then it's going to be used very, very little.
Very little.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's the reason that Juan talked about the visitor locker room being divided into two, for that very reason. Is this building is incredibly efficient, so you're doubling up the use of not only Rudder's locker room in less on a day-to-day basis, but still being used on a more day-to-day basis, and then that visitor locker room definitely being used on a day-to-day basis.
Well, but of course it has to be very well respected as far as that it's not to be left in anything other than immaculate
Exactly.
condition. Yeah.
I agree. That's a great point. Thank you.
And I think, Bryan, with all of that space that they have, I mean, if Rudder has their personal things in there or what have you, and I know both schools have to use it, and I understand that, but, and I'm just saying, this is just me personally, I mean, it don't bother me however they do it. I don't like the idea of other people going in area where other kids are not and their things are there.
Well, they would not on game day. So if Rudder's game day and they're in that space, no one is going in it. Now, when they leave and they go back to Rudder, they're going to take everything with them.
See,
Nothing
Rudder-
would remain.
Yeah, well, you remind everyone.
Rudder has its own, and we're going to be working, because Rudder's getting their field house through the bond also, correct?
There's some things
Right.
going on there, yes.
Rudder has its own varsity, Rudder has at Rudder everything it needs. This is a home away
It's a
from
game day,
home.
yes, ma'am.
And so Rudder will come in on game days and use this, but then they'll take all their equipment and everything and go back home. So it's not like they will
There's stuff.
leave things in here.
Exactly.
This is, they're,
It'll be empty.
like I'm saying,
Well-
they're home away from
Well, I understand that, but it's just and I understand that, they have theirs over there, they can't help that. It's just the principle of the thing with me. And that's just my personal feeling, so I can have that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just my personal feeling on that.
What would you describe as, if we were to host a playoff game?
Mhm.
What would that scenario look like in terms of facility usage?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you looked at it, the visitor locker room would be for the visiting team, whoever was established as that way, and then the Rudder locker room would be established as the home team. And the only reason I would suggest the Rudder locker room is because of what we've talked about on game day. There's nothing in there. Whereas on the Bryan High side, that's where all of their clothes would be, that's where everything would be because they're using it on a daily basis. I asked Juan to talk about the difficulties in this situation because you've got not only a district facility, you've got Broad High's home facility, and you've got Rutter's game day facility. And mirroring all of those has been a complication. Again, I could not praise both head coaches enough and both staffs enough in there not being a territorial situation and understanding that we're doing that, and so we're going to take advantage. So we're going to try to respect that Rutter's off-site, but it's still their stadium, very much their stadium. It needs to be branded as such. And they're going to have their home locker room, but if you don't create a situation where it's able to be used on a daily basis, then we only use it like 11 times a year, and we don't want that. And so we didn't really have to engage in that conversation because Eric and Blake just naturally took us there and open-handedly offered the space, understanding that there are just limitations with it. And Eric talked about, because we're putting in some of the modular field houses on Rutter's campus, we would free up space in the Rutter locker room to be able to give them more room, which is what we need. Again, I think it's 60% of our kids are in athletics, 70% are in CTE courses. When you look at that, we just have additional needs for square footage. And that's where this comes from. So you want to be good stewards of the money and the efficiencies we've definitely looked at. While at the same time, you clearly want to brand Bryan High School and you clearly want to brand Rutter because they're two outstanding high schools and it's their stadium.
So are we going to put some lockers in that visitor locker room? Is that intention later on, or?
It won't be as outfitted as Rutter's and Bryan's because again, it is strictly a game day situation and we want it to appear differently than Rutter's and Bryan's.
We toured some facilities that were shared district facilities, and those locker room spaces whereas we have, Bryan High School uses this facility on a daily basis, and Rutter considers this their home and needs a home field advantage and doesn't want to necessarily be in anything Bryan High School in that moment. That visitor locker room those were very flexible spaces. It was hooks on the wall, movable benches, a lot of things that created variation in how those spaces could be used, but nothing was really affixed or attached in terms of locker room space.
So having a playoff game there, we won't need any stuff.
No, ma'am.
Man stuff.
It's not like a locker like we're thinking where you have a door and you close it and there's shoes and stuff hanging in there.
Yeah.
These lockers don't even have a door. They're just a hook and.
Shelf and hooks.
Right, and there's nothing, the students don't leave anything in there.
Juan, he referenced the design of Rutter locker room. You'll notice that it's open in the middle. Eric really wanted to be able to talk to his team. So before going out, he would be able to stand in the middle and really talk to his team, whereas Bryan High School had a completely different need because they're in there on a daily basis. They're going to need all the lockers they possibly can. And what you see on Bryan High is really reflected at Rutter at their main campus. They have a similar setup. It's just over there. So trying to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, that's why you see the dual-use spaces.
Yeah,
And
that's a good
like,
point.
what if we have a big soccer playoff?
Same thing.
Soccer will come in there.
Both. It's the same question that Joel asked. They would go into the visitor and the Rutter because, again, if not, they're in Bryan High stuff as currently happening. So you lock it up, they don't really have access to it. It's just a awkward situation.
Right, so it's other sports.
Yes, ma'am.
We're very, zoomed in on football locker room. Okay. If we zoom out a little bit and we look at field level, second, all the things, what sports are in here?
It's a great question.
Because I know we've got sports in other places.
We do, so that's a great question. In reference to the top.
Yeah, so at the very top left, you see the girls' soccer and track that'll be up there, and as well as the boys. Okay, so they'll have those outdoor sports out there in those corners. And the coaches will be right there next to them too, to be able to monitor and be able to address that sport immediately. So and they'll have a team meeting room right across as well that can be used by them or any other team member, on Bryan. And those are the sports that are located up there. At the bottom, again, it'll be all football, and then their equipment and the game day situation, right? So
it's really
soccer and football and track.
Yes, ma'am. It's all the sports that will be using the field, which are our largest sports.
Girls and boys.
Girls and boys, yes, ma'am.
And baseball?
So we'll talk about that. That's coming. It's a great question. So we addressed that question. It's a great question. And the committee really honed in on that, and they approached it a couple different ways that we'll get into, and we'll explain how we solved that equation, because it definitely was a problem. And we could have located them in the field house. We would still have the problem with where the baseball and softball fields are located and how far they are, and we'll show you the answer to that. Anyone that's taking advantage of the field will be in the field house, and we'll have plenty of space. And again, we program that out with those coaches.
And like soccer, track, rudder is there too.
So
right?
on some, yes, but less frequently. They have their own track that they practice on, so it would only be for a track meet. And typically for a track meet, you're not talking about going into those spaces as often. They're outside.
And soccer?
So soccer will be playing games there, yes, ma'am. And they will be using the Rudder field house as well, or their locker room as well. So it's not just football, it's boys and girls soccer as well.
So where it says
Rudder Varsity. That's Rudder Varsity JV Sports. Anybody that's playing there, that will be the Rudder thing. It was just, I think we may have even said it was football, but that's more, soccer is going to play more frequently there than anybody.
Yeah.
It's a great point. Thank you. We did become very focused on football. Any questions on the field house?
So you kind of think of it as gym, those guys are up by the
Yes,
gym.
ma'am. And then we'll explain the
Track,
softball.
Those guys are up by the track.
Yeah.
Fields, softball, baseball, those people are.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're teeing me up. Pun intended. I appreciate that one. Thank you for laughing. All right. The team behind me, Bobby and Jody, I'm very thankful for those guys, for these guys. Oh, wait, come back. Wait. Scoreboard. It's not only the field house, but it's also the scoreboard. So you want to talk a little bit about the
Please, we
scoreboard?
forgot the scoreboard.
Yeah, sorry, that we're going baseball, all right. So here you have also the new scoreboard that we're looking at. It's about 41 by 30 foot tall.
Sorry, it's okay.
About 41 foot wide by 30 foot tall, and still being looked at and reviewed and defining the specifications. Because it kind of, we're looking at maybe a static board, a video board, a combination of them, but at the end, having all video as well is what I think the direction that we're looking at.
And again, the design of this is the same way we were talking about the front of Bryan Collegiate. There still is opportunity for the brickwork. All that has not been decided. So they're just representing it as an example. In the 4-post, all that is, again, just a representative here. Conceptual.
So right now, we've looked at extensive studies of where the best location would be for the video board. Right now, the group has really liked the location where it currently is on this image here, which is right outside the track, at the bottom, I guess you say, at bottom of the berm or the hill, to the back to the main thoroughfare. So you can see how the scale and the size of the board would be from the press box. And also we showing from the main thoroughfare here running to the north and the stadium, and there's been discussions with the city also. Nothing is confirmed yet, but so far the discussions where we could have a logo or there's a sponsor too could be also on the back of the scoreboard also. So that's where we are on the video board as well at this time.
Can you give the dimensions of the old one versus the dimensions of the new one, just for the wow factor? No?
Old one,
Yes.
talking about width, not height.
You'll come to the mic.
Oh,
Right.
Sorry, yeah.
The media.
I'm normally loud, so I can sit in the back and talk. So I'm going to talk widths because the height's a little, depending upon if it's full scoreboard or full video or not. So the width is currently 26, correct? 26 feet. I've slept since then, 26 feet. We're going to 41 feet. So 60, 70% bigger than we currently have now. And the other thing is it's now across the way, so it's on the other side of the field.
Juan, can you talk a little bit about the stadium and the size of the board and if that falls in line with what y'all?
Yeah, so we do a number of stadiums and scoreboards all over Texas. And the 41-foot wide is a very popular because of the overall cost and the visibility and the size and scale of it. And a lot of them use it in this situation where you do have a track. And so that size is very common and very popular as well. So we think, and that's why we did a lot of the visuals, and I think there was some, indications or directions where we could see an example of this. So we gave our number of stadiums to the construction and planning department, and I believe they've been looking at some of these and going around. But this board is is a really popular size. It's being utilized in all sizes of stadiums as well. You can always go bigger, just like anything, going bigger in your own house. But
how much bigger?
But this is a popular size that we see out there.
So we'll be using it for not just football.
Yeah, that's a
correct?
great point. You'll see fine arts out there, drill team,
Okay.
as well as band. Everybody in CTE will become a natural just user of this on Friday night as well as Tuesday nights, because you got soccer and track meets. So you will see this used, the board's used, and then the back end of it is something that you really don't take into consideration because you don't think about that aspect of it. But this type of opportunity leads to jobs directly into the workforce because they're able to work the cameras, work the back end. And in fact, we visited a stadium and the back end it's just crazy what all's back there and the orchestration that it takes in these situations to pull off a game day situation is pretty remarkable.
Fourth grade track meet, maybe we could advertise, for things that those kids can do during the summer.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just.
Well, in fact, Ruth, it's funny you bring it up. We just had a student and parent panel, and we asked them what one of the greatest memories was, and do you know what one of our seniors said? Fourth grade track meet. Yeah.
Used
I
to
know.
be fifth grade track.
Yeah.
He said it was one of the greatest days of his life, is what I think the words
Yeah.
that he said.
It would really be cool if we could project the fourth grade
Oh, we
track
can-
meet up there.
We
Yeah,
will be
that'd
able to.
neat.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Any other questions on the scoreboard, video board? It's more than just a scoreboard. Okay, to Dr. Harlan Wolf's point, where did baseball go? What did that look like and how do we solve it? That really became a very poignant conversation and question. And if you know kind of the layout of Bryan High School, which I know Dr. Harlan Wolf knows that very well, and if you know Rutgers, you're talking about kind of an awkward situation where the campus was built and then they started building the stadiums and it just sort of moved further and further out as opposed to, just had a blank slate you built up around it. So they each offered unique challenges and they, because of that, they wanted more of a prime located field house. And so we looked at how to address that. And we're very thankful that in our backyard, we found a solution. It's this company, the Modular Remote Field Houses. It is the Kaizen Mate Ground Force. They're located out by CTE. And you'll see here that they are just a beautiful modular situation that will offer our baseball, softball at both Bryan and Rudder a location that will be centrally located to the stadium, as opposed to building just a bigger Merrill Green field house where you're just having, all of these extra spaces out there. We decided to build it in a modular sense because it would be more advantageous for the athletes. They would be able to park their car, go out to the stadiums, and very closely aligned would be these field houses. And so Rudder's situation is even different than that. Baseball's on one end of the complex and softball's on the other. And so, and the field house is in the middle. And when you're talking about 45 minutes to get out, get dressed, get to the field, and then come back in, it's just not enough time. And so what's happening happening is they're changing in the car, they're doing all kinds of changing in the concession stand. It's just not a great situation. And so this brought the flexibility as well as some cost effectiveness to the equation that we were very thankful for, and that we didn't, lock us into something that wouldn't have been very effective for Bryan High in the Merrill Green Fieldhouse. We took advantages of the staff that we have here in Jody and Bobby. And so this is the exterior. These are just options. We will get the opportunity to look a little more, concretely at those. But you can see the bottom right corner, what it looks like. It's just a normal field house. It's got locker rooms in the entire process. And so this is some examples, and Jody has led that process as he is an architect with our coaches and really got into the design of these and sat down with each one of them. And it was exciting to watch them design their field house. This is what they've asked for. They have asked for field houses that were closer to the stadiums because, again, not only do you have a game day situation, but you have practice. And then on game day, you could have a weather situation that you have to take the athletes into a facility. Currently, we don't have that. They have to get into their cars or move into the field house. They have to do something else. This gives them the locations very close to the baseball and softball stadiums. And so, again, just examples. Jody, you want to talk a little bit about that process?
Sure. Let me explain the two differences between what you're seeing. One's softball and one's baseball. Softball was thought of as they occasionally, not currently, but in the future will have a male coach. So the difference between softball and baseball is the office space for the coaches is accessible only from the outside so that there is no conflict there. The coaches come and go as they please. They don't have to say, excuse me, there's a coach coming in. So that was the two main differences between the softball and baseball fields. What you'll see is three individual buildings. We call these modular rather than temporary buildings because they're literally three modules will come out on tractor trailer trucks. They will be shipped out. They will be put together. Some of the things that Dr. Merrill alluded to is cost and speed. So these are built somewhere else. They're put together. So we actually have right across from Rudder, our church has got two of these buildings. They were put together. The slabs, they're actually pre-manufactured slabs. They're brought out, laid down, and then the buildings are put on top of them. I think ours was done in 3 weeks, Bobby? Yeah. About 3 weeks is the process from start to finish of getting one of these buildings in. So it's very much a process that will allow our schedules, because our schedules are so tight and constrained when it comes to baseball and tennis. And so we wanted something very quick, very fast, and terrible word, but cheap, something that's cost effective. And the difference between a temporary building and a modular building, these are meant to last 20, 25 years, where a temporary building, its useful life, maybe 10, 15 years. So that's the difference between the buildings.
And it's a concrete floor. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Let me add, the important thing that we found, and this went all the way back to strategic planning with why we needed remote field houses, why we needed to give our students protection, give them someplace with identity and their access to their fields, okay? But these modular buildings, when you look at them, they are a complete structure. They are, an interesting fact was that all the buildings this company has put into play, they have not demolished one. Every building that they have put into service, if for whatever reason, if you decided you didn't need it anymore or needed to relocate it or whatever, the company offers to buy them back. And then they repurpose them somewhere else. They've not had one building wear out, okay? So these are very solid, very efficient, I guess is the best way of saying that. But they also will bring pride to our students, they'll bring safety to our students, and more importantly, they will give us that community of you have a field house at the sport, which, as Dr. Harlan had said, it gives us that ability to get our sports closer to their fields. It gives us that efficiency that we're looking for.
I have
one.
Go ahead.
Well, just one thought, because I think it's a cool idea. Also allowing the proximity closer to the field. This is just an observation. But I mean, for baseball, for example, Bryan High, I don't know if there was an excess of probably 50, maybe 60 kids across freshmen and from your freshman up to your senior class. And so just from a capacity standpoint is only my thought.
Yeah,
On softball and baseball both.
Absolutely. And so the way that it works is they're 12 feet wide by 32 feet long. That's the way they come in the standard size. So you can add.
You can add another 12 feet, 12-foot jump. Okay,
and then
cool.
you can, they build them to specs. So this is an example of what a 3-section would look like, and you can see it's either 32 or 24 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Other than that, you can't really adjust it. And so it wouldn't work in other situations. It lends itself very well to baseball, softball, and tennis.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I understand the deal about maybe you have can you go back to this, okay. You might have a male softball coach,
Yes, ma'am.
but did you talk to any of the softball coaches not to have any access to the locker room? Because now they got to go outside,
Yes, ma'am,
go
we did.
back in, go,
We did.
okay. So
They were in the room.
the women are okay with,
Yes, ma'am.
They actually suggested that the female softball coaches were the ones that suggested doing it that way.
so they don't want to have any vision of what's
Well,
going on in the locker room?
I don't think it's that they don't want to have any vision. I think what they're doing is changing ahead of time and then going to be in the locker room as it's taking place. So, or they have 2 coaches that are in there. So that is what they
I mean, if
designed.
that's what they, yeah, I just,
I
and
understand.
I know nowadays it's tough with the UIL regulations with the males and all
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
so.
For sure. But again, this is just conceptual. All those things can be changed.
So is this just set on a slab?
Yes, sir. It's a slab. It is a slab.
Oh, it is on a slab?
Yes,
So
sir.
it's basically got its own slab too?
Exactly.
They
Okay.
put them on piers. I think they drill and place piers in the ground and then place the slab.
Yeah. The slab, we're actually, CTEC's going to get one, and so we could show you, it's just this 12 by 32 foot slab, and they build it up, and we went to the facility, it's poured upside down, and so and then they transport it, it actually physically, the rebar, everything functions, it doesn't crack, it's really remarkable. There are local districts that have these already in place, and they're using them for field house or concession stands, and it's just a permanent modular situation that you get to design on slab, on grade. So when you walk up, you don't have like steps or ramps or any of that because it's on slab, it's on grade. It's flush with the ground.
So the field house at Rudder is just basically going to be demolished or?
No, sir, we're keeping it. We don't have enough room for baseball and softball. So what we shared before is the number of students that we have, we're double and tripled up in those locker room spaces. And so we could either add on, but it wouldn't be in a space that's close.
But I thought the distance from where it was, that was such a big deal.
It is.
But you're still going to intend to use it, though, the one that's there?
Oh, absolutely, yes, sir. Yeah, we're going to update it, but we're not tearing it down by any stretch of the imagination. We don't have enough room in that current field house. For example, track, it's triple dipped. I mean, there are kids all up in that area. The same with soccer, same with baseball. Right now, baseball is just, they're hardly able to use it because it's just not
I understand the
centrally
space thing. I just was hearing of that. It was too far from both fields.
Right,
so- but-
which is why we landed on the modular situation.
But you're,
Baseball and one of the softball will be actually over by the softball field, so the adjacencies will be by those fields.
okay. But again, it's not going to be a big complaint with regard to whoever ends up using the existing field house at Rudder. They're okay with the location?
Yes, sir. The location is centrally located for wrestling and soccer and football, boys and girls.
Okay.
Yep.
So to summarize, this is conceptual. The coaches will have one more swipe at capacity to address the growing numbers, and it'll be put out near the field.
Yes, ma'am.
So if it's for baseball, it'll be right near the baseball field.
Absolutely.
And because it's modular on a slab, they're more permanent than not.
Another benefit of this building is it doesn't have to have the boardwalks, the ramps, the things that we spend so much time maintaining. These, for all practical purposes, look like a finished permanent building. It's just if the need arises, we can expand them, or if we decided to change the program and do something else, we do have the ability to pull it out of the ground, move it to someplace else and continue to utilize it. Or the company has made it clear that if we ever decide we don't want them anymore, they'll buy them back from us.
And roughly, what's the cost of?
We've allocated,
Well, surprisingly, it's about a third of what we're at currently figuring for Class A construction. My group behind me, I found that out today. But reality is it's sufficiently cheaper for these modular buildings because they're built off-site. They're built as modular pieces. They're shipped to your site, set up, and assembled.
But from a square footage standpoint, like, these are 36 by whatever they are.
12.
Well, I mean, but you've got three.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what's it cost to put one of these
Jody,
in
you
with the
want to add
three pieces?
We're getting a little finite, and I'm not.
Yeah.
Just, like, for the purpose of bond steering, you allocated a certain amount. What was the allocation? We know it may differ.
$250 a square foot.
Yeah.
Which, when you look at the 550 to 650 that we have on the other construction areas, that's significantly less of an expenditure for these buildings.
And so the board number that we have, I think it's $3.1 million for all 6 of these.
So that's what we've allocated.
That's what we've allocated from the board,
For
from
six,
the bond.
what, when
For
you say
s-
6, you mean?
There's 2 softball, 2 baseball, and then 2 for tennis.
We haven't
Okay.
gotten to the next slide, which is
Yeah.
the one for tennis and possibility of aquatics. So there is another design that is for tennis, and maybe it's still in concept, a one for aquatics.
Good.
Because our swim team currently dresses in the field house and has to walk across the street in their bathing suits.
Or they change in their cars, unfortunately.
And the
So,
locker room there is 50 years.
yeah, let's not go there.
So
That's a
this is,
nasty locker
again,
room.
I'm not promising anything. This is conceptual only. We're seeing if maybe we can utilize something for that.
So where did you say, so you said somewhere near Rudder has one of these, or has some of these?
Yeah,
Our
actually, our church
Bryan
actually
Community
has one.
Church does have, actually, there are 2 buildings assembled that are currently, if you want to take a tour, I'll be happy to take you over.
Yeah, they're literally right next door to your Rudder High School.
Well, I know where that's at. I didn't know they were over there.
Yeah.
We
Never
just
seen them.
had them. In fact, we haven't got sidewalks or anything to them. but-
Yeah, it's not open
Last
yet.
month, they put them in.
Yeah,
Oh.
ours are typically, not typically, ours are for classrooms, but, and I say ours, the church. Obviously, yours are for field houses, but the construction is the same, the type of how they put them out is the same, and the look is pretty close to what you guys would get as well.
Oh.
So like he said, if you want to come take a look at them, you're more than welcome to. Either Bobby or I could show you them.
Well, I'm thrilled that y'all are looking at other options. I think that's great because that's not, I mean, that sounds really doable and flexible and everything you said about them is a plus in terms of, the future. You need to add on, you need to move it, you need whatever. That's all sounds good.
Yes, sir. It serves really well for what we needed. The problem was we don't have access or the stadiums are further away. So how do you get that? For other construction, it doesn't make sense. So every time you look at it, that's, I think, a consideration. And this one made sense for baseball, softball, tennis. And again, things just sort of sprouted up. And, if you built them centrally located at Rudder and that, if you added onto that field house, you still wouldn't be close. So football, soccer, girls and boys soccer, powerlifting, wrestling, they're all going to be in that locker room, and that's going to give them the needed space. And then you put baseball and softball on opposite ends, and tennis next to softball, and you're good to go. You're able to give them field houses that are accessible to where they're playing and practicing.
The only difference in this floor plan is that you can see there is a boys and a girls side. So they're separate, but that way for tennis, we do have the ability for both sides of that sport to still have their own space.
again, conceptual concepts. We can go back and address it with coaches. All right,
That's good. Yay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right.
Moving to 9C, strategic planning update. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Merrill and Chief Financial Officer Ms.
Y'all can,
Brittle.
you can please leave. You don't have to. I know you got to drive back to Houston, so if you want to take off, by all means.
Thank you all
That
for coming.
sounded terrible. Please leave. That's not really what I meant. I mean, you can leave. Yeah, well, we've been doing strategic planning. You're probably tired of hearing my voice. I apologize. So I'm going to move as quickly as I can and still answer questions. We're excited to be able to bring strategic planning back into the boardroom. And so we'll move through these slides. Again, we started in March of 26. We started with the full strategic planning committee. We broke into 3 groups: finance, academics, and operations. Y'all cycled in to these committees. We met all the way through May, those 3 individual committees. In May and July, we came back together for the full strategic planning committee to finalize topics and then make recommendations. Ms. Carabine has made it very clear that strategic planning is always something that we're going to do. Whether or not we have outcomes, whether or not we have things that will change, is always to be determined. But in this case, we did have some things that were considerations, and you actually approved some of those things. And we will start back in the fall of 26, looking at the full strategic planning committee. So when you look at it, these are all the times that we met, and we met with all of the dates on the left, March 3rd through May 14th. We had community focus groups, student focus groups. We did annual campus department financial reviews where we talked about strategically what was going on. We've involved the community as often and as much as we possibly can. Even more dates, and you can see that I've been in the boardroom, I think, 11 times at the creation of this, and we just added a 12th or 13th here tonight. So again, we've constantly receiving feedback, looking for help, looking for guidance, doing things with folks. This is one of the outcomes that came out of it. You approved this. We not only launched the Bryan ISD Virtual Academy, we also did open enrollment for our advanced academics. And these are the flyers that have gone out that we started at the end of last school year that will begin this school year. We're very excited about it. It's been a heavy lift, nonetheless, an incredible lift for the district to be the first one in the Brazos Valley for this to take place. So it's been met with excitement, and I can't wait to see where this takes Bryan ISD. It puts us on the forefront of just innovation. So that was part of this round of strategic planning. And then the other thing that came out of it with the finance subgroup, I'm going to let Ms. Friddle, our CFO, come up, and then we're going to hear from some of our community members. So I'll let her talk a little bit about the finance group.
Thank you, Dr. Merrill. So as part of the finance subgroup, one of the first sessions that we focused on was School Finance 101. We provided our group with a high-level overview of how public schools were funded. We discussed key concepts such as the basic allotment, average daily attendance, and the distinction between enrollment and attendance-based funding. We also reviewed the district's financial position, including what it meant to be in a budget deficit. We broke down the tax rate into its 2 components and explained the purpose of each, ensuring that everybody understood how those funds can and cannot be used. Overall, the goal was to establish a common understanding of school finance and provide the context needed for future discussions. As the discussions progressed, we took a deeper dive into the district's finances. We reviewed our revenues and expenditures and all the steps that we've taken to right-size the budget and the importance of maintaining a healthy fund balance. Again, we broke down the district's tax rate, we explained the difference between M&O and INS, and the purpose of each of the funds, and all of the legal requirements that govern how those funds can and cannot be used. As employees gained a better understanding of the district's finances, the conversation naturally shifted to whether there were opportunities on the tax rate side to generate additional recurring revenue to support the district's long-term financial stability. With that said, I explained that the district had 2 available golden pennies on the M&O side of the tax rate. We talked about how those pennies worked, including the local and state funding share. One of the group's biggest questions was, how much revenue would they produce? I shared that the two golden pennies could generate approximately $5.5 million of additional annual recurring revenue. We also discussed that golden pennies are not subject to recapture. That means that even if Bryan ISD's property values continue to grow, the district would keep all of the local tax collections generated by those two pennies, as well as the state's contribution. So in other words, the district would get to keep every dollar that those two pennies generate. That was an important concept for the committee to understand. But the key takeaway was that this is a recurring revenue source that could provide ongoing support for the district and not just a one-time funding opportunity. Naturally, one of the questions that came about was, how much is this going to cost me? As part of the discussion, I provided an example of the taxpayer impact of a 2-cent increase. Using a home appraised at $350,000 with the homestead exemption applied, we compared the current tax rate to a rate that included 2 additional pennies. The example showed an annual increase of approximately $42, or about $3.50 per month. We also discussed the importance of understanding that increases in your property tax bill are often driven by changes in property values and not necessarily increases in the tax rate itself. As part of one of our sessions, we held a table discussion around a possible VATRE and what the district could accomplish with an additional $5.5 million in additional recurring revenue. Throughout the process, we were very intentional about seeking stakeholder input and ensuring that community voices were part of the discussion. The group discussed various scenarios, priorities, and timing considerations, and they shared their thoughtful perspectives and gave valuable feedback throughout the conversation. After the table discussions and group exercises, it became very clear that staff compensation was at the top of their priority if the district were to receive an additional $5.5 million in recurring revenue. The group recognized that competitive pay is about more than salaries. It helps us attract and retain high-quality teachers and staff, which ultimately strengthens our district. A close second was preserving the programs and opportunities that make Bryan ISD the unique district that it is. Participants expressed a strong desire to protect the student experience and maintain the programs that set our district apart. Safety and security also remained a top priority. Overall, the feedback was centered on investing in our people, protecting our programs, and maintaining safe schools. All right, so going back to protecting our programs and the student experience, these are just a few examples of the opportunities we have worked very hard to preserve throughout this entire process. We have heard directly from parents who have told us, please don't jeopardize these programs. For many families, these offerings are the reason that they choose Bryan ISD. They have options, but they choose our district because of the unique opportunities, course offerings, and experiences available to their students. These programs are an important part of who we are, and protecting them has remained a priority throughout all of our budget discussions.
I asked a couple of our partners, if they would, to come on up, Dr. Driver and Amy DeBose, to share a little bit about their experience. They participated really, I think, the entire semester, which is a huge ask. Amy's been on it for a while. Dr. Driver, we added this year, and she's just been a welcome addition to the group. And I've given them carte blanche to tell a little bit about their experience and recommendations and really whatever they felt like was on their heart. So, Amy, Dr. Driver, come on up.
Hi, guys. Not a stranger to y'all. Bryan told me I could say whatever I want to, so buckle up. Just kidding. So I've had an opportunity to serve on strategic planning since July of 2019, right before we started our turn into bond, and then did it again, we turned into bond again. We're not turning into bond now. But it's an excellent opportunity for the community to come together and participate in a process that's essential to the district, in that it helps to plan the future of all of what we're doing here. Programs for our kids, what we're going to do for our teachers, for our auxiliary staff. and everybody that's going to be impacted over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And so it's an extremely insightful process, and one of the things I appreciate most about that is that we bring a huge, large, very well diverse group of constituents, so to speak, into the room together to talk about what's important for the district. I had an opportunity to serve on the finance subcommittee, which as a bookkeeper, I guess was a natural fit, but it's always a laborious task to go through and talk about the way that our districts in the state of Texas are funded, which is very convoluted and very difficult for a lot of people to understand. And so it's a really important part of the process is to bring that education forward. So it's just a really great effort by everybody involved, and excited to see kind of in the fall where we go with it. But I really do think that it sets a really strong path for where we're going as a district and as a community at large.
Stay on task, so I brought my laptop so I don't ramble. But, yes, good evening. So Tanya Driver-Jackson here. First wanted to share a little bit about the lens that I'm looking through. So I do have 2 kiddos that are in the district right now, as you well know, classmates over there at Bryan High School. So I do have one at Bryan High, and I also have one at SFA. But bigger than that, I've had kiddos in the district since 2003. So I have 2 that have graduated and moved on. So been a part of the district and a lover of Bryan ISD for a long time, served in a number of capacities. So just wanted y'all to know kind of the lens that I look through as I'm talking about and as I served with this process. So I came into the process to learn, right? Been around a long time, and how much I did not know. When I came into this, I didn't know what I didn't know, but now I know. I was a little bit clueless about that financial side of it, because that's actually where I was serving on the finance committee. So been a part of countless strategic planning processes, both in my professional space, known to be a strategist. That's kind of what I do in the spaces that I'm in, but also in personal spaces quite a bit, because I love that. What I can say about this process, it was refreshingly transparent. I'll be very honest about that. It was educational, brilliant. What she knows, brilliant. And it allowed multiple formats for those of us as committee members to ask questions, to engage really around very difficult questions, right? And it was not, no one was being invasive, no one was saying, we have thought about that and we'll talk about it somewhere else. Answers came back to us to tell us this is the answer, we looked into it, all of those things. And so I greatly appreciated that. Learning about VATRE, which I had no idea what that was. Now I know what that is. Now I know what golden pennies are, all of those types of things. But the big part that I will share is I never felt pressured that decisions had already been made. I've been a part of a lot of strategic planning processes where really it was kind of go through the motions. You can tell decisions have already been made, and we're just trying to do those things that make it appear as though you feel like you participated in the process. That was not what I felt with this process, and so I was very appreciative of that. Had an opportunity to hear from a myriad of perspectives. Several board members were there, administrators were present, families, community members, current students attended meetings and gave perspectives and learned about the financial situation and what the district was facing, and so I appreciated being able to hear all of that. What stood out most to me, though, was that every discussion ultimately came back to one question. How can we continue to provide the best possible situation for Bryan students? That was where every conversation went back. What can we do? So whether people ultimately agree or disagree on any of the recommendations that come forward, what I truly understand is that I hope that people understand that there was thoughtful analysis that went into this process, quite a bit of input. There was genuine care that went into this process, and it was not overwhelmingly difficult to understand. It was broken down so that we could understand what exactly the district was up against, specifically in the financial space. So I left the meetings with a greater appreciation for the complexity, for the decisions that all of you have to make, and they are pretty complex, and I definitely respect and understand that. But I value the experience, and as I have been and always say, I'm very optimistic about the future of BISD and continue to engage in whatever ways that I can. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
And if you wouldn't mind staying up here just in case, it's been a remarkable process. You can see this is a reflection of the committee in general. Just wonderful citizens that are committed to Bryan ISD, bringing their perspective. I appreciate the kind words. It's fun. We're going to get back together and we'll do it all over again. And it's fun to see everybody in the room and kind of see where it takes us. And so if you have any questions, I mean, all four of us are happy to answer them, to be honest. So any questions for the group?
Oh, you know I do. I would like to hear from them because first off, I agree with you, but sometimes coming from a board member, for some reason, people say, yeah, he's just a board member and why should we believe him? I would say that I would probably encounter, and a lot of us would encounter a lot of people who would say the following: I already pay too much in taxes, and I'm broke. I mean, I'm living hand to mouth. I can't afford to pay more. Number two, I don't have any children in Bryan ISD, so I don't know why you think I should vote for this. Number three, why don't y'all just teach the basics and teach them well, and everything will be fine. So those are some things that I think are legitimate statements you might hear from a lot of people in the public. Could either any of you respond to that a little bit?
I mean, the first thing I would say is that this all just leads to opportunity, right? So opportunity for our students to achieve, to grow, to learn as much as humanly possible before they leave us here. And then also, for folks who don't have students in the district, we've heard that a lot, where I should have to pay, extra property taxes because I don't have any kids in the district. I talk about, what about when you retire? What about when you need care? You go into the hospital. Who's your RN going to be? Who's your CNA going to be? They're going to be students from Bryan ISD in a lot of cases. If you're in an assisted living facility, who are the nurses that are working the charge floor? Who are the people that you care about that are taking care of you? Because those are direct products of our community. And taking this step and, formally saying, as a community, we're rising up again and we understand that the need is there. I think that that's all looks down the road at the future and how these students are going to positively impact those around us.
I echo that. That's the common feedback that you hear. And I speak to the quality of life. We talk often about, well, I do personally. I've lived here for upwards of 32 or 33 years, and 33 years ago, it looks very differently than it does right now. And so I would want it to, not that it's in any way, shape, or form negative or bad, but let's just say I don't want it to go into a space of being a bad place to be. But if we're not educating, if we're not making sure that our young people are thriving and growing and getting to spaces where they're thinking critically and they're thinking about what I can be and growing and doing the things in this world that we would want them to do, and then return to pour back into our community, then we're in trouble. I think that we need to keep that as a priority, that we are educating those young people who will be pouring back into the Bryan area, sending their kids into Bryan, even for those folks who don't have any connection. We talked about those folks. We talked about how, hey, if we're going to do any kind of promotion and campaigning, what about the population of folks who feel like they don't need to vote because they don't have, as we say, any kind of stake in this? Well, this is what you do have. This is your community. You want to make sure that you are safe. You want to make sure that you are being served and engaged with by folks who care about the community. That happens in the school system. So that being said, those were two that came up, and we hear them often. And we all know that we hear about the taxes. That's a huge one. And the opportunities that we have to help educate people around, hey, that's not going to the district. You think that this just happened. You just voted on this one thing. It's going directly to that. There's still this very large amount of money that is left, right? You only are paying toward this small percentage of that. And as much as we need to, as much as we can, we need to help educate because folks do not understand that. I have that conversation all the time. Oh, we just gave them that money. They don't need any more. That's not the case. That's not true. So anyway, just saying those are very common things. Clearly, you already know that come up often. But our community and how we are pouring into it, that is a huge response that we have to work on and promote. And we talked about what ways that we need to be promoting that and sharing that narrative. We need to do a better job of that from the marketing communications standpoint.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Driver, and I know both of you were on bond strategic planning, correct?
I was not.
Okay, so I know Ms. DeBose was on bond strategic planning and now follow-up strategic planning that we've been working on. And do you think that we need to, what you were just talking about, educate our community because of exactly what you said? Well, we just passed a bond, but do you think, like Mr. Stasny was asking, people think that the bond pays our teachers? But do you think that an educational process for people like you that really are hungry to educate our community, that the bond, and I've said this before, the bond is buildings. Anything that we're talking about now with our strategic committee, strategic planning committee, and if we did talk about a VATRE, we couldn't spend the bond money on our humans, our children, our staff, our teachers, everybody that breathes, which is why we built the buildings. Now we need to take care of our people, our humans, because we could not do that with the bond.
Yeah.
So do you think that that is another thing that we need to educate our community about?
Well, absolutely. I mean, from my perspective, that's going to be one of the most difficult parts of it. Because when we went through the bond process, we did a lot of simplification of very complicated terms, right? Around the way that school districts are funded in the state of Texas and how those monies, come through in the process and everything like that. I mean, I would recite chapter and verse of the Texas Education Code around what you can and cannot do with the bond money. But there needs to be a very, robust education around this, but also something that everybody can understand. Because what happens a lot of times is we speak very high level, and we think people around us are understanding us, but they're not, because it's such a complicated topic. And so it's taking, yes, we just have the bond, but it's this separate thing, and now here's what we really need, and here's what we're doing. And it's separating those two pieces away from each other and talking about why this is now the next crucial step to what we need to do for our educators and our students.
And all of that is based on what we have not been able to get for public funding through state education? I mean,
People don't understand.
Right.
Folks don't understand that the money isn't there for just that reason. And so, to that point, it has to be in the education, it has to be in the marketing and communications. I keep saying that because it is unique by population, and we talked about that when we had our meeting. It isn't just, here's this big strategic communications plan that's going to roll out and it's going to be like this for everyone. No, it's tailored communications to different audiences, because I have two graduates who are still here in the community. They would come and do anything for Bryan ISD. 28 and 24 years old, they're out there, they're here, they're in the community. One works for the city, they love Bryan, but there isn't marketing tailored to former students of Bryan High School, as an example, right? So what if we did tailor marketing to them? What could we be doing that we have not been doing that would open up the market? I remember from the bond, the signs. They were great, they were brilliant, but I will tell you, most people feel like checkbox done. Approved, oh, celebration, we got it, it's over, we don't have to worry about it anymore. And yes, it was approved, and that's wonderful, but the job isn't done. That was a part of a much larger need. And so was there an opportunity there to tie an additional tail end of a marketing something to that campaign, so that folks understood, oh, you saw this sign, you hear that, but then as a part of this is our first step toward ... I don't know, I'm just putting something out there. I was in marketing major as an undergraduate, so my mind thinks like that. But I'm saying that to say, when you plant the seed, when you come back, not folks, they were anticipating something was coming next because we already planted that seed, if that makes sense. So just saying that came up quite a bit in terms of strategy telling the story, building the narrative, and being very intentional across multiple audiences that can help the district.
Other questions? I appreciate, Ruthie, David, I appreciate you asking the questions. Thank you. You can see we're blessed, truly blessed in the community. They've just brought their thoughts, their wisdom, everything to the table each and every week and offered up advice. And that entire process it's just incredibly rewarding to see it. And again, I mentioned that we're always going to be strategically planning. It doesn't always lead to outcomes. It may, but it doesn't always mean that it will. They bring the questions. We collectively decide what we're going to look at, what we're going to address, and then we move on through that. And we've got a whole new set of topics that we're going to tackle in the fall. And as Dr. Driver said, I don't know where they're heading. We're going to be bringing all of the information, laying it on the tables, and seeking the collective wisdom of the group. And we're always looking for efficiencies, whether it's in a building or whether it's in staff or whether we're leaving money on the table. And we talked about the golden pennies. Well, they're copper pennies that we didn't even get into that the state allows you to collect that we really aren't even considering. It's just simply the golden pennies in this situation. And so, are there any questions for the ladies? Okay, I'll move on. This is the Vader timeline, and thank you all so much, and y'all, thank you so very much. We just have a few more slides.
Thank you, Dr. Merrill. So this timeline was shared with both the Finance Committee and the entire Strategic Planning Committee to help everyone understand the sequence of events that are required for a potential VATRE. The process begins with the adoption of a proposed budget and tax rate. The board has already authorized an efficiency audit, and the district has engaged Moak Casey to conduct that work. Once certified property values are received in about 5 days, the district will submit the necessary information to TEA so that our maximum compressed rate can be calculated and released in early August. From there, the district must meet all truth in taxation requirements and publication deadlines. If the board chooses to adopt a tax rate above the voter-approved rate, an election would be required. The deadline to call a VATRE is August the 17th, with election day scheduled for November 3rd. This timeline helps ensure that all statutory requirements and deadlines are met should the board choose to move forward.
I mentioned earlier that at the end, we did an activity with them and said, in the fall of 26, what is it you want to address? You could see the questions on the left. That was the handout that we gave them, and they prioritized. And so, again, the topics of consideration for the fall of 26 coming up in August will be grade configuration and what all that looks like, and then the start and end times. And so as Dr. Driver so clearly pointed out, we're going to be bringing the information. These are the questions that the committee has asked to look at. And you can see that there was a set of other questions, and we'll see where it takes us. And we'll be back in the boardroom, and fortunately or unfortunately, you'll be seeing presentations along the way, not only for Bond 2025, but for strategic planning. Any questions, comments, or suggestions? Dr. Driver, thank you for coming in tonight. And Ms. DeBose, thank you as well. I know she took off, needing to get home. So thank you so very much. We appreciate your service to this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Consent agenda. The board can remove any item from the consent agenda if applicable. If there are none, I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of all the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion was made by Mrs. Benford, seconded by Mrs. Waller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. We'll move to our first action item, to consider approval of the Head Start Memorandum of Understanding. Executive Director of Special Programs, Dr. Jennifer Warren.
Hey, good evening. I present to you tonight a proposal to enter into a formal partnership with the Brazos Valley Community Action Program, Head Start. Currently, Head Start serves students across Bryan, Texas at several centers. One of those centers is at the Washington campus, which is owned by Bryan ISD. The proposal includes shifting the students at that Washington Center to Neal Elementary School, which, if you're not sure about the location of those two centers, they're about a 4-minute drive apart from each other. About 45 students are educated at the Washington Center, so those 45 students would shift over to Neal Elementary School. The majority of those students are 3-year-olds, and then some are also 4-year-olds. So what we would see in this shift is that we would be able to connect with our families of those 3-year-olds much sooner than we would if they came to us at 4-year-old or potentially at kindergarten. That means that we would be able to connect with our families sooner. That means that we would be able to get resources in front of our students sooner, and then we would get to expand access to education to our students sooner. This formal partnership does include dually enrolling students at Bryan ISD, so they would stay Head Start students, but then we would also dually enroll them at Bryan ISD, which means that they would have the opportunity for the resources that any of our students at Bryan ISD would receive. Head Start would utilize 3 classrooms at Neal Elementary to educate their Head Start students, and they would also utilize 2 office spaces there at Neal Elementary School. With that, the formal partnership would open the doors for those opportunities for our students, and then also get to engage with us a little sooner. Whenever we get to engage with our students at an earlier phase, we know that we can build those relationships and then hopefully keep them enrolled in our district through their lifelong educational career until graduation. With that, we know that dual enrollment would increase funding for Bryan ISD. That means that as they are dually enrolled, their attendance would generate ADA funding. That is a benefit to the district. One of the things that you see with that is we would be providing that classroom space for students, but in return, we would also be receiving that ADA funding. I know that that is a very short presentation for a very big commitment with Head Start, but do you have any questions?
So we're totally coming out of that building.
Upon board approval, yes.
And what about the staff, the workers that work there? What will they do?
They will come and provide those same services within Neal Elementary School. Their teachers, their paras, their administrators, they're using our space to provide that service to students, just as they are at Washington campus, but now just at Neal.
And Ms. Benford, we did post for closed session to talk about property, to go into a little more detail about the vacated building.
I move that the board approve the memorandum of understanding between Bryan ISD and participating Head Start programs to support the dual enrollment of eligible pre-kindergarten students.
Second.
Motion was made by Mrs. Waller, seconded by Mrs. Benford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. We'll continue to consider approval of contracted services for special education.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, good evening again. The next 3 presentations include a request to shift funds from vacant positions into contracted services for special education services and needs. So our first presentation tonight is for our assessment and services for special education. This request is to move funds from vacant positions into contracted services for special education assessments and services. You may recall that the board has approved a similar shift in funds over the last few years. This year, we're requesting a reallocation of $395,000 from vacant positions into contracted services. This allows the district to continue to meet the needs of our students. It also allows the district to choose providers from a list of vendors for the Bryan ISD special education team to serve students. This allows us to select the top talent from across vendors rather than pigeonhole ourselves into one vendor. In the event that we are able to hire someone for our vacant position, we are able to back out of our contract and reallocate those funds back to the compensation for salary for the new employee. The plan provides for a provision of services, flexibility, and compliance. Do you have any questions?
Well, ordinarily, I don't think I would be excited about contracted services over an employee, but as in your experience, is there any reason to think that we might be getting better services because of the flexibility or whatever with contracted services? I'm just asking, not trying to put you on the spot.
No, that's perfectly fine. I think knowing that we have a vacancy and then we can fill it with top talent through a contracted service, then yes, I do think that we're providing a quality service to our students. One thing that we do shift when we move into a contracted service is we start to shift those duties that are not forward-facing to students as much as possible to our in-person staff, so that our contracted staff are doing the back-end work, so that we ensure that our students have that forward-facing employee in front of them and a Bryan ISD employee in front of them as much as possible.
I move that the board approve the use of remaining salary funds from vacant positions not to exceed $395,000 for contracted special education services through approved vendors listed in the attached documentation.
Second. Motion was made by Dr. Harlan Wolf, seconded by Mr. Stasny. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
11C, consider approval of contracted services for the Regional Day School Program for the Deaf.
Yes, Bryan ISD is the home of the Regional Day School Program for the Deaf. There are 53 Regional Day School Programs for the Deaf, or RDSPDs, across the state of Texas. RDSPDs are created to combine resources in a specific area to ensure that our deaf and hard of hearing students across the state get the services that they need, and they also get a free and appropriate public education. The Brazos Valley RDSPD, which is who we are, we serve 31 school districts in our area. That includes a total of 129 students who are deaf and hard of hearing that we provide services to. We provide those services to other districts for a fee, and that is collected through tuition. With current vacancies and an increase in students and their needed support, we are requesting to shift compensation funds from our current vacancies to contracted services. This allows the district to contract with sign language interpreters through a contracted service so we can continue to provide that service to our students. Just as we discussed in the previous presentation, we'll be able to terminate contracts if we hire our own employee for those positions. But otherwise, we have a group of vendors that we have utilized in the past with vetted employees that they have that we can tap into to provide services to our students. Do you have any questions?
I move that the board approve the use of contracted services to address vacancies in deaf education programs not to exceed $500,000.
Second.
Motion was made by Mrs. Waller, seconded by Mrs. Benford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
11D, consider approval of contracted services for dyslexia services.
For our last special education request tonight, we are seeking board approval for contracted services for dyslexia. We're requesting to move $156,000 in vacant positions to contracted services using a vendor called ClassBridge. This vendor was used last year to fill needs at the very end of this last year, and we were very happy with their services. ClassBridge provides services to students through a variety of programs, which gives us flexibility in choosing a tailored program for our students. Shifting vacant positions to this contracted service allows us to continue providing those services to students while also recruiting those high-quality employees that we hope to gain in the district. And again, that we would have that opportunity to terminate the contract if we did hire that high-quality employee. This allows the district to serve the students in a flexible way with our funds based on student needs and staff availability. Do you have any questions?
So a lot of contracted services, you anticipate this being a chronic problem?
It is a chronic problem across the nation. One of the things that I have found with Bryan ISD is that we build really great relationships with the people that we end up contracting with. So they are actually hoping for these contracts to be approved tonight because they want to come to Bryan ISD and not get shifted to another district to be served or to serve students. And so
I'm curious, like, why do people choose that rather than coming to work for us?
Right. I can share a little bit of insight with that. Many times they are compensated at a higher rate. It also provides them some flexibility where with a contracted service, you can say, I don't want to work today. And the contracted service then has to fill that need with someone else that they have in their own pool. It does provide some flexibility for them. Many times people want to work part-time, and so vendors are able to offer that to them more readily than a school district can. I will tell you some of the drawbacks, though, is that if you have invested your time into TRS and you shift over to contracted services, you are messing with your retirement a little bit. And so what we have found is that some people move into that model, and then we're able to hire them back once they realize that that's not really going to work for them. So it's one of those things, if you let them go, they may come back to you.
I was just curious. Clearly, the talent is out there. It's just not coming in the way that we have
Correct.
typically modeled it.
One of the areas that we have a need is with our speech-language pathologists and speech-language pathologist assistants. And we don't have a pipeline for that through our neighbor university. And so that is where we see that most of our vacancies are. So we're tapping into some of our other universities that have the program, whether that be SFA or St. Houston or even some of our Houston universities, to have their interns intern with us and then sign a commitment to stay with us 1 to 3 years, depending on what that contract can look like, so that we can grow them into who we want them to be. And once they become licensed or certified, we can then hire them on as an employee.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the use of $156,000 in vacant dyslexia specialist salary funds for contracted dyslexia services through ClassBridge for the 26-27 school year.
Second.
Motion was made by Dr. Harlan Wolf, seconded by Mr. Pavlis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll move to 11E to discuss and consider approval of a contract with the Kickstart Kids program. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Bryant Merrill and SFA Principal Rebecca Luna.
Absolutely, and I appreciate Ms. Luna sticking around and being able to stay for the board meeting. The Kickstart program was one that you saw earlier on the slide. It was, when you think about extra programs, I've been in, this is my third district, we didn't have Kickstart. Many of those programs that we showed as we talked about the VATRE and what that would mean. These are the extra programs that you want to make sure that you protect, and we've done our best to do that in each and every situation. So whether it's athletics, fine arts, CTE, the diverse representation, it costs money. And how we get to that is, I'll share a little bit about that, and I'll let Ms. Luna talk about what she was able to accomplish on our campus. Bryan ISD continues its long-standing and successful partnership with Kickstart Kids program, a relationship that began in 2013 at the Jane Long Davila campus. Over the years, the program has demonstrated a significant impact on student character and discipline, leading to expansion to Rayburn Middle School in 2017, Sadbury Intermediate in 2023, and adding SFA for the 26-27 school year. Currently, the program will be serving students across the 5 campuses with an instructor split between Davila and Sadbury. To further support the program's growth and efficacy, the district plans to assign a dedicated full-time instructor to both Davila, Sadbury, and SFA starting in the 26-27 school year. This move will ensure each of the 5 participating campuses has its own instructor to manage the comprehensive curriculum, which includes martial arts teaching, values-based character development, after-school and summer programming, and special events. The program currently serves a total of 556 students who participate 64 at Davila, 183 at Jane Long, 150 at Sam Rayburn, 159 at Sadbury. The annual cost for the 25-26 school year was $78,000 per campus for a total of $312,000. For the upcoming 26-27 school year, the proposed annual cost is $80,000 per campus. In addition, the district will be expanding Kickstart to SFA for the price of $11,428 per section, totaling $34,284 for the 3 sections during the initial year of this expansion. So the total cost for the district will be $354,284. These costs cover instructor salaries, benefits, uniforms, equipment, and tournament fees. A total of 40 Kickstart students at SFA for the inaugural class for the 26-27 school year. The program will continue to be funded through Title I funds, ensuring that these character-building opportunities are accessible to our students at no additional cost to their families. And I would point out that in addition to the funding that Ms. Friddle talked about, the very little basic allotment, the title funds were cut as well. And so as you think about doing more with less, it just gets more and more complicated across the board to be able to do. And these are the programs that keep kids involved in school. And so we always want to protect them. And Ms. Luna has some experience, not only at, will be at SFA, but when she was at Davila, so I'll let her share.
Yeah, we're just really excited about the opportunity to expand Kickstart at SFA. As you know, there's been a lot of community interest. So earlier this summer, we sent out a campus survey to all of our incoming 7th graders and then our current, 7th going to 8th graders, and that interest was pretty astounding. We quickly filled 3 sections of Kickstart, and I think within a year or 2, we could expand that to a full-day program for sure now that it would be offered. I was an administrator at Davila for several years, so I know that the impact that this program has on students and families and our community as a whole and just the values it instills in our kids. So we're really excited about the opportunity. I also want y'all to know that Kickstart Kids has been wonderful to work with. They've accommodated several building logistics to make sure that we could fit Kickstart in our classrooms, and they've just been really great to work with and accommodating to make sure that we can make this happen for our students. So we're excited about the opportunity. It was really important to know, you may have seen that Miss Crystal Moreno was here earlier. She is the Kickstart instructor at Jane Long, and she just wanted me to express sincere gratitude for the consideration of expanding Kickstart to SFA. She does commute into town, and so she had to get on the road, but I just think it was important to note that we have Kickstart Kids standing behind us and their staff really loving on our students and community.
We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Well, I'm just going to say to both of you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This was a monumental accomplishment, I think, on y'all's part, because it was not looking good for a long time, and I think that y'all deserve a lot of credit for making this happen. And I know it wasn't just you two.
No,
but
thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, Ms. Carabine, Dr. Barra, everyone really made it happen, scrubbing the numbers, trying to do more with less. We're not sure how long we're going to be able to do that, which is why you had the presentation just a few, presentations ago, looking at the VATRE. This is a practical example of this does not exist everywhere. And to be able to differentiate and bring a program like this, it costs money that the state does not allocate for this. We've talked about transportation being on an upside-down deficit as well, the money they contribute. Safety and security. This is another example of a program that is clearly loved by our community, and we're thankful that it exists. It is such a positive place and impact, but it's $300,000 more, that's $354,284 that the state didn't allocate, and that title funds were, they were shrunk. They were just not where they were in years past. So you're doing more with less, and you see all over the state, they're having to make difficult decisions, as are we. And so we are always looking at efficiencies in everything that we do to make sure that every dollar goes as far as it possibly can. And we found a classroom, and it's maybe not exactly the specifications. Dr. Capron talked about educators do with whatever they've got. So if they've got a classroom, we're going to make it work, and that's what Ms. Luna did. And so, again, we love the program. We're thankful that it's here, and we're excited to see where it goes.
Well, I had a parent reach out to me who said, "Thank you," and I'm like, "What?" So I know they are excited. I mean, my son did Kickstart, and he loved that. It started at Jane Long. It wasn't going to be at Davila. We got it at Davila. I'm a little concerned that numbers at Davila aren't higher than they are.
Yeah.
Just thinking about efficiencies, like, what are our options? Because I am very concerned.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 354,000 and change this year.
Yep.
It's going to be more next year. It goes up
Possibly.
every year. So we are not in a situation where we can be adding things right
No,
now.
ma'am, and that's a great point. So I think as we talked about strategic planning and we looked at what's coming in the fall, I think that is all a consideration as we look at grade configuration, what we do, and how do we become efficient with the programs that we have, because we don't want to cut anything, and at the same time, it's getting more expensive to just transport. We know what gas prices look like. We talked about medical costs. All of those things are going up, and how do you account for it when it hasn't increased? Inflation, the basic allotment has not increased with inflation.
But, I mean, the one thing I heard our parents say earlier is that, when we make decisions, keeping children at the center of that, what's good for kids, right?
Yes, ma'am,
And
they did.
we know this is a good decision for kids.
In that list also, I mentioned it, Kickstart was on there, and we put a dollar amount to it so they knew what it cost.
Thank you.
How many kids are in a section? Just out of curiosity.
They'll take what they can fit, so it could be 20-something kids. And it's like anything else, that number varies depending on the schedule, which is why sometimes it's not an even number, because they might be in band or they might be in an advanced course, and so it's the same number as it would. It's not like a PE class where it might be 40, but they told us they would take anything we could give them. They are really open and want to work with the kids.
Just to note also, guys, there's 40 students that are signed up for the class, but there is an after-school program as well for students that maybe are in band and athletics. And, we have a lot of kids that are involved in so many things. And so 40 is the class enrollment. However, that is not going to be the program comprehensive number.
Awesome. I move to authorize district administration to enter into a contract with Kickstart Kids for the 26-27 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion was made by Dr. Harlan Wolf, seconded by Mr. Stasny. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. 11F, consider approval of the school nutrition employee attendance incentive. Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Norma Brittle.
Good evening, Mr. President, Board Member, Superintendent Carabine. Tonight's action item seeks formal approval to continue the child nutrition attendance incentive as part of the district's compensation plan for the current fiscal year. This incentive has been a recurring component of the child nutrition compensation plan and is typically paid in June of each year to recognize and encourage perfect attendance. The estimated annual cost is approximately $60,000 and will be funded through the Child Nutrition Program revenues, so this has no impact to the general fund. The attachment included with this agenda item outlines the attendance incentive program specifics, including the eligibility requirements and payment amounts. Board approval is being requested this evening prior to communicating the incentive to child nutrition staff. At this time, I'd be happy to take any questions.
So this is very similar to what we've done with some other things like bus drivers as an example. Yeah,
correct.
It's an equitable move. I move approval of the 26-27 Child Nutrition Attendance Incentive Plan as presented.
Second.
Motion was made by Dr. Harlan Wolf, seconded by Mrs. Benford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you. The board will now convene in closed session to discuss the following items as allowed by the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.074, 551.072, and 551.0821. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in a closed session will occur after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is 9:07 p.m. The board reconvened in open session at 10:28 PM. No action was taken in closed session. We have an action item number 14 remaining on the agenda. This is related to the sale of district property located at 2009 East Highway 21. I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval to authorize the board president to sign the deed and any other documents necessary for closing on the sale of district property located at 2009 East Highway 21 as presented.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Stasny, seconded by Mrs. Benford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. There being no further business, the meeting adjourned at 10:28 PM.